papa moahesia papa oh jolly papa moahesia ahe jolly papa moahesia papa oh jolly papa moahesia ahe Ipayame mara medawasi ewoda wachiremi Ipayame mara medawasi medopa Tamuno te tamuno bo Obasi zizio Temeho meka oh Mi melo anio I say jana no do I say you're at your for Damn oh mega oh Kali papa moahesia papa oh Jolly papa moahesia ahe Jolly papa moahesia papa oh Jolly papa moahesia ahe
Let the universe bear witness to the sacred code. The ground beneath us does not yield to seasonal guests. The tenant cannot sack the landlord. The employee can never sack the employer. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu remains the supreme leader of IPOB. His command is final. Whatever he says goes. Pursuant to the strict authority of the supreme leader and the sacred unyielding IPO code of conduct, the third administration of the DOS is hereby dissolved. The sentence is passed, your names are permanently erased. Chikaedozi, you are sacked. Tony Nzurumike, you are sacked. Austin Agbanyim, you are sacked. Kukurio Farma, you are sacked. Isaiah Uba, you are sacked. Collins Chinedu, you are sacked. China Zanworu, you are sacked. Fidelis Ejogu, you are sacked. Chidin Manworu, Juliet Edward Filatro, you are sacked. Keuda, you are indefinitely expelled. You are Nigerian agents. Stay off from IPOB. You no longer speak, you no longer act for the children of light. The employee cannot fire the boss. Tenant cannot sack the landlord. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is the leader, the supreme leader of IPOB. Through the trials, through the chains, his word remains absolute. Whatever Mazi Nnamdi Kanu says goes. Whatever the supreme leader says goes. They thought darkness could hide the shadows of greed. They forgot the soil remembers every treacherous deed. After the illegal extraction, when leader was taken away, in the midst of play, Governor Dave Umahi paid $500,000, a blood money bribe to buy collars for the scholars of shame. They took the cash, sabotaged the release, and traded the crown, bribing media houses just to tear the leader's legacy down. But the truth is a rock, it crushes the hand that betrays. But in the darkest hour, the true guardian stood high, refusing to let the message of restoration die. We lift our voices to honor the ones who defended the light, the shield of the truth in the dead of the night. Thank you, Biafra, vanguard media, for standing so bold, for ensuring the unfiltered truth was always told. Salute to the dedicated souls of advocates standing the test. Salute to the rising sun, unyielding and blessed, and the ambassador for self-determination marching ahead, keeping the fire burning for the living and the dead. You defended the leader, you shielded the name from the stain. Oh, whatever Mazi Nnamdi Kanu says goes. Whatever the supreme leader says goes. The fourth dose is here, working with global power to heal the land. The genocide must stop, the boss has spoken. Victory is absolute.
The prayer of David from the book of Psalm, chapter 7. And I will pray in English because a lot of people are listening all over the world. I mean, a lot. Millions are listening all over the world. And I want them to follow our proceedings this very evening. Very, very critical, very, very important that we do so. O Lord, my God, the creator of the heavens and the earth, we take refuge in you. Save and deliver us from all that pursue us. Because if you look away from us, they will tear us apart like a lion and rip us to pieces with no one to rescue us. Because the world is against Biafra for no reason. We are hated, we are despised for no discernible reason. Only thee, O Lord God Almighty in heaven, is our Savior, not man. You must come to our rescue, because you are our Lord and you are our God. If we have done this, if I have done anything, if there is guilt on my hands, if I have repaid anybody, be it friend or an adversary, with evil, or without cause have done wrong to any man or woman, then let the Fulani Janjaweed pursue and overtake me. Let them trample down my life to the ground and make me sleep in the dust. Arise, O Elohim, Adonai El Shaddai, in your anger, rise up against the rage of the Fulani Janjaweed Caliphate and the Zoological Republic. You will rise and you will fight for your children. You will awake, O Heavenly Father, Lord God Almighty, the creator of the heavens and the earth, the owner of the universe, for you must decree justice. Let your children and all men and of goodwill gather around you while you sit on top of your throne in the highest of the heavens, the habitation that only thee can ever occupy. Only you, O Heavenly Father, will judge the people. You will vindicate me, O Lord. You will vindicate IPOB. You will vindicate your children of Biafra according to our righteousness, according to our integrity. O Most High, bring an end to the violence of the wicked. Bring an end to Fulani Janjaweed violence in our land. Bring an end to their abductions. Bring an end to their kidnappings. Bring an end to their extrajudicial slaughter of the innocent. Bring an end to their forced conversion of Christians into Islam. Bring to an end their mediocrity. Bring to an end their senseless feudal rule. Bring to an end their evil and their deception. Come and secure the righteous, because only you, O God Almighty in heaven, can see in the dark. Only you know the hearts of men. You are our shield. We have nobody. Between 67 and 1970, the whole world ganged up and fought against your children. We did not steal anything from anybody. We did not go after anybody's possession nor inheritance. We were on our own in the land that you gave to our ancestors. They conspired, they connived, they colluded to kill us. Over 5 million people. We are dead at the end of it. You are our shield. We do not trust in any man or in any state. We trust only in thee, because you are God and you always save the upright at heart. Anybody whose heart is clean, O Heavenly Father, to those you do not abandon to their enemies. That is why you cannot abandon IPOB. That is why Biafra can never be abandoned. Because your words are yea and amen. You are God, you're not human. Facebook may have been bought over by Nigeria, and we pray that Twitter will not succumb to their threats and their violence. You are God and you are an upright and a just judge. But you are also a God that displays his wrath every blessed day. If Fulani Janjaweed do not relent in what they are doing, if the Fulani Caliphate continues to pursue this scorched earth policy of abductions and murder and mayhem, then you, O Lord God in heaven, you will sharpen your sword, you will bend and string your bow, you will prepare your deadly weapons, you will make ready your flaming arrows, Whoever is pregnant with evil conceives trouble and gives birth to disillusionment. That is what is happening in the zoo called Nigeria. Nigeria is pregnant with evil because it conceived trouble and it has now given birth to disillusionment. All the holes that the Fulani Janjaweed are digging for us into that pit, they are falling into one after the other. The trouble that they have caused will always rebound on them. Their violence will come down on their own heads. O Heavenly Father, for we shall give thee thanks always, all the days of our lives, because only thee is righteous. We shall sing songs of praise unto your holy name, O Most High. For as long as there is a child on this earth of Biafran descent and heritage, O Heavenly Father, we shall worship your name and your name alone, now and forevermore, we pray. He said, that was our prayer this evening. We are now going to proceed without further hesitation to bring to you the gospel which I have been mandated by heaven to preach to the children of men. And then I want to showcase the foolishness of your average Nigerian, the foolishness of Bishop Coker. I want to let the world understand how foolish a Nigerian is. Not from me, but I want all of everybody to listen to this very, very carefully, please, and tell me if Nigerians are not stupid. Listen.
We have a confession that the media has not given appropriate attention.
Yes, what is that?
Kawu Baraje Alhaji
Kaubaraje
was a leading chieftain of the APC.
Yes.
And he has confessed that they imported the foreign mercenaries who have become bandits.
APC imported foreign mercenaries. Baraje said it. Confessed.
More evidence.
What evidence do you need?
He has confessed that they imported them for the elections.
Yes.
This is public. Why is the media not following up?
Because Nigeria is corrupt.
Why are we not asking for accountability?
They can't act because Nigerians are not intelligent.
So it seems very clear to me and to so many others. If you're in the public space, you hear people talking.
Yes.
And pointing fingers. The ruling party is the direct sponsor of terrorism and insecurity in Nigeria.
It was an interview granted by a so-called stakeholder in Nigeria. APC, the government, people are joining APC. I don't want to speak against the Holy Spirit. At this point, I begin to say to God, there is no way a black man can be equal to a white man. It's impossible. You are aware. I don't know how to show it. This is the Mizos Hour Reporters. I think I'll put it on my page after this. If you go to my page, you'll see it. The man spoke very brilliantly. Nobody has come to counter him. Baraje is alive. He opened his mouth and said, a part of APC said, we are the ones that brought them from the Sahel to come and kill you. They're fellow Nigerians. And after this, you say, I'm a Nigerian. That is why I say that anybody, if once you say you're a Nigerian, you're sick in the brain. I never have regard for you as a human being, because that means you cannot reason. I will play this once again, uninterrupted, so you can hear him very, very well. And I will start by asking him, I'm not going to ask him what he said. Who is responsible for the insecurity in Nigeria? Who is to blame? Listen.
We have a confession that the media has not given appropriate attention.
Yes. Go ahead. What is that?
Kawu Baraje Alhaji
Kaubaraje
was a leading chieftain of the APC.
Chief of APC. He has confessed. Baraje?
The foreign mercenaries who have become bandits. He has confessed. How much more evidence do you need? He has confessed that they imported them for the elections. This is public. Why is the media not following up? Why are we not asking for accountability? So it seems very clear to me and to so many others. If you're in the public space, you hear people talking and pointing fingers. the ruling party is the direct sponsor of terrorism and insecurity in Nigeria. My name is Martin Onobo. I said it.
Martin Onobo.
APC is the direct sponsor of insecurity and terrorism in Nigeria. Ask me for the evidence. Good. I just gave you confession of Kawu Baraje.
Kawu Baraje, his confession is number one. Evidence. Number two, evidence.
Miyetti Allah made a public statement that if you want peace in your state, don't call any meeting. Provide land for Fulanis in your state.
Ultimatum from visitors.
Miyetti Allah.
From terrorists.
Miyetti Allah is a collaborator with the ruling party.
Miyetti Allah.
We had a report that the ruling party funded Miyetti Allah to the tune of 100 billion.
You see that?
I wasn't there when the payment was made, but that's in the public domain.
One
An
Nigeria.
official report that the government of Nigeria was going to establish a radio station.
Radio station for Miyetti Allah, a terrorist group.
In collaboration with Miyetti Allah. We are Fufude, the Fulani tribal dialect will be the language of communication.
Do you understand it? Now, they were saying this is for Fulani people, sorry, for Hausa people. You know, all these years when they were conquering you, Hausa, they said Hausa Fulani, we are Hausa Fulani. But now they feel they have taken you over. Now they feel that they are at the crust of their conquest of Nigeria. They are now floating a radio station, no longer in Hausa language, but in their native Fulani language, Fufude. What does that tell you? As an average Nigerian, I wonder when, maybe there's something in the cow. You know, they have sex with cows and after that they sell it to us and we eat. Maybe that is when they succeed in hypnotizing us. The interviewer was asking for evidence. Let me now give you the evidence. It was us that translated this very evidence. Now it's all over the place. It's gone viral. Now let us hear from the mouth of the Fulani terrorist that the APC brought into Nigeria. Let us hear from them.
Idan ba gwamnati ta daure man wanda yake cikin daji ya ta'addanci ba Allah ubangiji ya tsine ma Allah dauki rayuwa ta a wurin nan.
Listen, listen Hausa.
Allah ce saniya aka san shi da ita sai noma. Saniya ba ta haifa bindiga AK-47.
AK-47.
Bahilla ce bai da makera da zai kera bindiga AK-47.
AK-47.
Gwamnati ke turowa har muka samu. Mu kuma wallahi dalilin da ya sa billahi lazi shekara na 7 ina makarantar allo. Amma lokacin da na dawo na tsinci kaina a cikin wannan abun wallahi ina mamaki kullum ina tunanin rayuwata.
If I'm lying.
Saboda mahaifana akalla a kasar dan banga da su.
What did this man say? I will translate for you. It's on my Twitter. I don't know if it's on my Facebook page. That is why, because of these things, that is why Facebook is busy blocking, banning, suspending people. What did this man say? I'll take off my glasses to read. This man said, I swear to the Almighty Allah, that is the government, the same APC government that our brother was talking about earlier, that gave us arms. I am saying this for people that believe in one Nigeria. That is why I'm... Who are they? Who created this Nigeria? Who created these people that cannot reason very well? Let me read what this man said. I swear to the Almighty Allah, that is the government, that is APC government, so-called Buhari government, that is giving arms to us. Fulani don't know what gun is. We are only headsmen. Cows don't give birth to guns. I swear to Allah, we are on our own, and the government gave us AK-47. I am not afraid to say the truth. Bishop Coker, are you listening? All of you idiots that believe in one Nigeria, are you listening? You morons, monkeys. All of you who are being deceived by this multicultural, multi-ethnic garbage, can you listen? The government that you are hoping to save you are the ones giving arms to those who have come to kill you. And you get up tomorrow morning and you say, believe in one Nigeria. That was why when Ozo 1 was under attack, that was why when these people, they gave guns to attack Nimbo, Ifani Ugwani called, the Enugu State governor called Buhari many times. Buhari ignored his calls. Ugwani called the commander of the 2 division. No one took his call. He called the commissioner of police for Enugu. No one took his call. But anytime IPOB is having meeting, you come and start shooting people. But when the same people were under attack by those that they are sponsoring, they were nowhere to be found. Is that a type of country? Is that the type of country you wish to belong to? Let's be honest about everything. If this insecurity were being caused by a group of disgruntled Fulani businessmen, you can understand. If this insecurity were being caused by a group of, say, very retarded Fulani politicians, of which there are many of them, I can understand. But insecurity is being caused by the government itself, the APC government. Our brother said it here, and you think he's lying. The people that they get, do you know where they said that? In front of Sheikh Gumi, Abubakar Gumi. He went to the forest to go and meet the bandits, and the bandits told him it was the government that gave us the guns. We don't know what guns are until they gave it to us. That's why I asked you, if they are coming all the way from Mali and from Niger, how did they cross the border with guns? If you claim that those that are raising us are from Niger Republic, so you don't have customs and immigration in the north anymore? Or because you see yourselves as one people, so there is no border patrol, no border policing, nothing. But you have closed the border now for nearly a year and a half. So the border is closed. And you're from the south and you're shouting one Nigeria. Do you see the depth of your foolishness? Can you see it? When I say it, it's not out of hatred. People say, oh, I don't like his style of agitation because I tell you the truth. A governor said, the governor of Bauchi State, we are bringing in Fulanis. We are coming to settle Fulani in Nigeria. He said it, he wasn't hiding. We are coming to settle Fulani in your land, in your villages. Do you know why that is possible? Because you believe in one Nigeria. If you are on your own, nobody can try it. It's called an act of war or invasion. But Fulani is carrying out an act of war and invasion into your territory because you are under one Nigeria. So in other words, they are using, Nigeria is providing them a cover to carry out a conquest of an entire, should I say, ethnic nationalities across the zoo. Is it clear to you now? Do you now understand what we are saying? Bishop Coker is afraid. He's from Sokoto, he's a minority. So he thinks that when Nigeria breaks up, Fulani will swallow them alive. But I want to tell them that we are all students of history. There is a group of, or there were a group of people called the Huguenots from France. During the height of Reformation, they were being persecuted by the French authorities who were Catholic. People don't know that Roman Catholic fought with Anglican Church in those days. People don't know this, but that's life. Do you know what happened? Britain, being a Protestant nation, offered amnesty or struck a deal with France to say, give me all your Protestants. We'll absorb them. They're called the Huguenots. And they came to Britain. That is where the lives of Sir Peter de la Billière is a French name. But his family settled in England. He rose to become a general and led the war. In the Desert Storm, it was him that commanded the British forces in the Desert Storm. His ancestors were French, the Huguenots. So what I'm saying to Bishop Coker and all northern Christian minorities today is this. On my honor and on my life, I swear before God Almighty in heaven that with the coming of Biafra, every Christian northerner will be allowed to settle in Biafra land. So you see, Bishop Coker, you have nothing to be afraid of. You have a place where you can practice your faith without looking over your shoulder all the time, thinking who's coming to kill me. You will come to Biafra land and you will live there. a very peaceful, fulfilled life in Biafra land. The same thing that the English did for the French Protestants, they're called the Huguenots. The same thing we are going to do for you. If you feel that you're threatened in the Sharia core north, and because of that, you think that having the East and the West in one Nigeria will save you as if some kind of insurance against elimination by the crazy, mad Fulani Janjaweed, you will come to Biafra land. We will give you asylum. You will stay there. Your generations will live and thrive. We are accommodating people. We welcome visitors. Then you will see what Biafra is like in real life, not the miserable existence you have in Sokoto. You want to stay in a country where people are threatening your life because you spoke. You said your mind and they're threatening you. What I'm offering you is what happened in England, though. The same England telling you to talk about one Nigeria. There was a time that the lives of French Protestants were under threat in France. England said, give them to us, we'll take them. They were all sent to England. They are called the Huguenots. We offer you the same asylum today to Bishop Coker and to all endangered northern Christians. You can all come to Biafra. We will accommodate you gladly. Gladly. I'm saying this live on air, so if I renege on this, you know, they said the internet never lies. They can go back and dig up this very video and say, you said this on the 8th of March, 2021. So you can come to us. This is the reason why everywhere the Janjaweed are dealing with us. They always come to your village and appoint one person as somebody. You know, one thing about you people is this. You always think that tomorrow is going to be better. But in Nigeria, tomorrow never ever gets better. Instead, it gets worse. And we are offering you a way out. People were asking for confirmation that Nigeria Army and police are colluding with Fulani terrorists. You know, it was on this platform that I called for OPC to take over from Amotekun. And thankfully, they have taken over. And there are results. There are results. I think earlier yesterday, or was it today, the OPC arrested a Fulani warlord. You know, for us, we don't have time for arrest. We arrest you, of course, and then I think they handed him over to police. When we arrest you, we hand you over to God. God will judge you. They arrested a Fulani warlord, Wakili. Handed him over to police. Police took him to hospital. The same police in Biafra land, they will shoot innocent IPOB family members. If they go to hospital and abduct them and the doctor and send them to Abuja to be locked up. Do you understand that? That is what they have been doing. I don't know who is called. I don't know who is calling me. I don't know what for. It's not an interactive session, so don't call me. They came to Olo. They went to Anambra. They shot people. They took them to Abuja. Took the doctor as well, treating them to Abuja. In the West, they apprehended a terrorist. They killed a murderer, a rapist, a bandit. Handed the bandit over to the police. The police took him to hospital for treatment, specialist hospital. What other evidence do you need that the police and the army are colluding with those that they imported to come and kill you? And you wake up in the morning and you say you're a Nigerian. Are you not ashamed of yourself? Don't you have any shame within you? God Almighty in heaven. I've never seen a people as daft and as foolish as this. They took him, he was arrested by OPC. You know what they said? Those that arrested this man, he said, or your police are sure of diligent prosecution of suspected criminals. The criminals now are the OPC men that arrested the bandit. Nigeria is astonishing. You arrested a rapist, a mass murderer, a killer, and a land grabber. Took him to the police. The police now arrested you. Took the man to hospital. Beat you, all of you up, and put you in the cell. They say police is your friend. Anyway, I thank God that there are these guardian angels that came. I don't know where they came from. They are called unknown gunmen. I don't know where they came from. Maybe they are the spirit of all those killed by the police and the army. And they are avenging the death of the people that the police and the army killed. They are called unknown gunmen. I don't know who they are. I don't know where they come from. But they are fighting for the poor. They are like Robin Hood, but in this case, they are not robbing the poor, the rich to pay the poor, no. They are robbing the criminals, the murderers of their own lives. Murderers in the police and the army. People don't know what is coming, do they? They have no idea. I feel sorry for the zoo. They have no idea. Any day that all of you gang up to support your one Nigeria garbage, the more you're digging your collective graves. Nigeria can never ever be fixed. It's broken beyond repair. Can never be fixed. Look at Sultan of Sokoto talking rubbish. The spiritual leader, whatever rubbish he is of the zoo. Sultan of Sokoto, that he was in the army. That war is not good. But you Fulanis are the ones living war on everybody. You took over the whole of Plateau. You came down into Benue. Your people were at also one, massacring people. Then you never talked about war. As soon as we rose up and said enough is enough, now this war language starts to come into your lips. Do you think we are foolish? Do you think we are... Go and bring all the BBCs of this world, every propagandist for neocolonialists. Gang them, bring them together against Biafra agitation. You're wasting your time. Bring them against ESN, you're wasting your time. Arrest all you like. But I'm just warning them, if you're a policeman involved in the arrest of innocent people, all I need to do is to go down on my knees and pray and ask God, please, may unknown gunmen locate you and they will find you. Because God answers my prayers. So all those police stations involved in all this raid know that your turn is coming. It's only a matter of time, it will come. Since you want anarchy, you will get anarchy. Since that is what you want. You people, you don't like people that play it gently by the rules. No, not in the zoo. That is how you have been taking over our land, raping our women, abducting us and killing us. We came out at Umbo, you killed us for no reason. Shia people came out at Abuja, you shot them for no discernible reason. And all of you saw soldiers with live bullets killing people in broad daylight. No major news outlet carried it in the world. They've bribed all of them. I'm saying it on camera. And I wish that the US Congress can call me to testify. The American ambassador, that woman took bribe from Nigeria. Nigeria bribes every ambassador that comes to Nigeria. They give you loads of money, so you will never report what is happening in Nigeria. You don't know that? I'm saying it live on camera. I wish they can call me in America, come and testify. I will do so. The British High Commissioner is as corrupt as the devil. That woman. She was the one that was responsible for the murder at Lekki. When she went to see Tinubu, I warned everybody, look at this woman, the army will open fire. Not up to 6 hours they open fire, that woman. That's another line. All of you are just looking, because anyway, most of you are blind, you cannot see. And more. We see things that the mere mortals cannot see. That is why Elohim is with us. That is why everything I say comes to pass. It must happen, it must come to pass. I told them that when we were giving thanks and praises to Elohim, I told them that this horn this trumpet that we are blowing, anybody who hears it in Asorok will go deaf. How many days? And there was fire in Asorok for the very first time. The zoo will be destroyed. Not that we may just get Biafra, so that when this story is written, our children will know that God did it, not man. Man put their faith in their chariots. Britain, you have you're a member of the UN Security Council, you're very strong, you're powerful. All these criminal US ambassadors coming to Nigeria, yeah, you have money, you are US, you will always support Fulani. You people are openly supporting terrorists because of money, because they bribe you, because Halliburton has oil concessions, because there is a Shell and everything. Everybody's milking Biafra. Because of that, it is better we support terrorists. They'll kill the innocent. And you're diplomats. You're diplomats presiding over the slaughter of the innocent. You cannot speak the truth. We are in the middle of a war. The Fulanis have levied war on every indigenous population, ethnic group in Nigeria. All of you can say it. All you can say is invite the Sarakin or Sarakin Fulani Lagos. Not the Oba of Lagos, no. Sarakin Fulani Lagos means the supreme Fulani ruler in Lagos. Because the US ambassador has taken money from Nigeria. Very soon her tour of duty will come to an end and she will go. She will become a multimillionaire. That is why they all want to come to Nigeria. Because Fulani will pay very well to suppress the news, to stop the truth from going out. And all of you will suffer if you don't repent. You will suffer. Mark my words somewhere, you will suffer if you don't repent from your evil ways. You take money from murderers and from killers to suppress the truth. Biden doesn't know what is happening in Nigeria because they rely on the ambassador to feed them accurate information. And that is not happening because they've been bribed. And that is why people are dying in Nigeria. Nigeria is the only place in turmoil, not making it onto the front pages of newspapers all over the world. Nobody talks about it because they are all compromised. They've been bribed. We don't need your one Nigeria to survive. They tried, can you imagine the nonsense? They brought in their food blockade. They said we will not send food to the south. They are perishable goods. So the items got spoiled in the north. The government now turned around to pay them almost 500 billion. They are the ones that said they will not sell their goods to the south. The goods are now rotten in the north. And the government paid them compensation of nearly 500 billion. And you're in one Nigeria. Tomorrow morning, you idiotically wake up in the morning and say, I'm a Nigerian. As I said before, before I used to blame white people for racism, I no longer blame them for it. Because we are the cause of racism. Our stupidity as black people is responsible for the way we're being treated all over the world. Very sad indeed. Very, very sad indeed. We don't need them to survive. We don't need them. And we can give them the oil and gas for free. As I've said before, allow me to repeat. The oil, apart from granting citizenship to every northern Christian, I mean Core North, I mean the Sharia, Arewa, Janjaweed North, you will all live in Biafra land, where you can practice religion without fear or favor. Another thing we are going to do is to pipe free oil and gas across the whole of West Africa. In Biafra, Oduduwa will receive oil and gas for free. You see, Benin Republic, oil and gas for free. Togo will receive oil and gas for free. Ghana the same. All the way to, heaven knows, I think, Western Sahara. Do you know why? Because we want the economies of all these countries to grow as well, because they're going to buy our goods and services. They will buy our goods and services. That is why we need the economies to grow as well. A Biafra will offer free oil and gas to the entire West African coastal region. To tell you, we don't need oil and gas to survive as a people. We are not fighting for Biafra because of oil and gas. We are fighting because it is the will of God, and we must be free. We are free people. We were free before the white man came, and we shall be free once again. And as I've been telling people, and they do not, or some will not understand or hope to understand, what we are doing is of the spirit. The likes of Shoyinka must stand up to speak the truth. Obasanjo, you must speak the truth. Tell us where Buhari is. You know where his grave is at? You must go and listen to Simon Ekpa, who is doing a very fantastic job. Very great job that Simon Ekpa is doing. Very, very, absolutely fantastic job that he's doing. You must listen to him and share his videos accordingly. Very, very important. He is bringing a new dimension to this very awareness that we are making, and you must listen to him very, very.
Good evening. Good morning, good afternoon, fellow Biafrans, lovers of freedom. Good evening, leaders, political leaders, decision makers, those whom the issue of Biafra may come to their table very soon. I bring to you a very fraternal greeting this evening from my end. This is live broadcast, State of the Nation address today, the 17th day of August 2022. I have come here today to address Biafrans on this very important State of the Nation broadcast. If you look at the time, you will understand that we've spent about 42 minutes listening to different stories. The stories that is propelling us. The story that has made us whom we are today. The stories that have given us the bravery we display today. The story that has made us strong. The story that is making us to leave Nigeria. The story that will make us to fight and exit Nigeria by 2023. The story that is going to make us to never allow any election conducted by Nigeria government in Biafra territory by 2023. You've listened to these stories for over 40 minutes. First was the State of the Nation broadcast by our then leader, the eternal leader of the Biafra people, Ikemba, followed by the lamentation of our current and the present supreme leader, in the name of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, when he knew he was going to be betrayed. That is not what we are here today. Fellow Biafrans, nothing can crush the spirit of determined people. The war of aggression from the Nigeria Caliphate state can't stop the Biafra from breakaway by 2023. You know, people say we always reveal our secret on social media. We always tell our plans. Somehow, that is partially true. On the other hand, that is also somehow not true. They say that we should learn from Fulanis. We should learn from bandits. Or we should learn from terrorists, Boko Haram and co. That they never made their plan and what they are trying to do public. Today, I want to inform you that we are not the same. We are not the same with bandits. We are not the same with Fulanis. We are not the same with terrorists. We are not the same with Boko Haram. And that is why some of the things we do, we make it open. Because we can never be the same with Fulanis. We can never be the same with terrorists. We can never be the same with those who come from different parts of Africa to kill our people. That is why we do things differently. So yes, going forward, you will continue to hear our plan publicly, some of the plan on social media. Today, I want to respond to you that we are not the same with them. We are fighting for freedom, to have the right to govern ourselves and make decisions for our future as a people. In case you do not know little about terrorists, the terrorist ideology is completely different from ours. One of the terrorist leaders, called Abu Musab al-Suri. Abu Musab al-Suri, one of the main Al-Qaeda ideologies, has championed a massive social indoctrination campaign to promote the tenet of the militant jihad among Muslims worldwide. This ideology seems to have made deep inroad around the world. Self-described jihad rely heavily upon the promote suicide martyrdom, claiming that the reward referred to the Islamic scripture will be accorded to those who carry out such act. That is who terrorists are. Completely different from ours. Completely different from what we do. We can never be terrorists and we can never be the same. The terrorist ideology on suicide bombing or suicide attack. The suicide terrorists are seen not as cold-blooded killers, but as martyrs and heroes in the eyes of many. This shift in values occurred slowly. It occurred slowly. Suicide terrorism first found acceptance in Palestine. They first find acceptance in Palestine. Over time, it was increasingly utilized for fighting occupational in Chechnya, Kashmir, Afghanistan, Iraq, and many more places around the world. We can never have the same ideology with terrorists.
Of heaven, the very oldest language on the face of this very earth.
Because I can say that from what I have just listened from you, it is just not ordinary.
Very wonderful.
When my lawyers came to see me, I had a discussion with them about how I'm going to defend myself. I told them that
Welcome. Thank you for joining me on this very morning program. Wherever you are joining me on TikTok, I can see you on TikTok. See those who are joining from Facebook. I see those who are joining from Twitter and those who are joining from YouTube. Wherever you are joining this program from, I welcome you. I thank you for being part of the program. As you join the program, like and share the program to other platforms. Share to family and friends, share to your neighbors, share to even the enemies who have a contrary opinion, share to them so that they can hear us out and bring out their superior argument wherever you are joining from. One of the things you have to do as you join, if you are on TikTok, tap the screen. Tap the screen to support the screen and let others join. If you are on Facebook, like the program and share. If you are on X, like and share. If you are on YouTube, equally like and share. You know that the algorithm is not favorable to us. They are attacking our platform by all means necessary. They want to shut us up. They want to make sure that we are not visible. The attack against our platform is increasing every single day. It is getting worse by day. Just to discourage us from preaching this gospel. But I bet you I can never be discouraged. I can never be discouraged. But you that is watching out there, you have a responsibility also to share the program and keep us going. Once you continue to share, this message is going to go out. One of the responsibilities we have is to engage in radical evangelism. Evangelize, speak about Biafra, preach Biafra to those who have not heard, and talk to those who have another misconception about Biafra. Explain to them and let them know. That is why we are here. In this platform, we don't come here to instigate violence. We do not come here to preach hate. We don't come here to attack any person or individual. We do not come here to attack any race or religion. What we do in this platform is to present Biafra as the only remedy to the failed state Nigeria. That we have been doing, and that we will continue to do. No matter how difficult it is, no matter the attack that is coming, whether from the inside, from the outside, even from our fellow Biafrans, we will continue to speak, whether they will listen or not. At the end of the day, the air that we breathe will bear us witness that we have spoken. The land will bear witness that we have spoken. The earth will bear witness that we have spoken. That is why we are speaking. That is why I am speaking here every single day. Likewise, you yourself, on your own time, wherever you find yourself, speak. Tell the world the truth about the situation in Biafra. Preach Biafra to the world. Tell them the solution to the contraption called Nigeria, which is Biafra. Explain to them that Biafra is not a crime. Being a Biafra is not a crime, and Biafra, calling for referendum is not a call for war. Self-determination is a right, not a privilege. It is a right, and we are exercising that right peacefully. That is what we are doing, and we will continue to do so. A lot is happening, and more is going to happen. Remember, today is the first day of August, and I wish every one of you a very happy new month. This month is a very interesting month, a critical month for all of us as Biafrans. Very, very critical. Very interesting month. The month is so special. Myself in particular, it is a special month for me because it is my month of birth. It is my month of birth, and it's a very important month for me, a month of joy that I expect. And I know that so many things are going to turn around in this month. So many joyful things are going to happen this month. So I welcome every one of you to the month of victory. I welcome you to the month of success, the month of freedom. Today is the 1st of August. We have waited for August for a very long time. Finally, here are we. Most importantly, on the issue of our leaders, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and Mazi Simon Ekpa, we must continue to pray for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. We must continue to support Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in any way we can. Continue to make it a point of duty every single day. Write an article about Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. If you cannot broadcast, write something, even if it's simple as hashtag free Mazi Nnamdi Kanu now. Hashtag free Mazi Nnamdi Kanu now. Make it a point of duty that every morning you write it. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is the supreme leader of IPOB, the supreme leader of the indigenous people of Biafra. He didn't crown himself. Accepted by all Biafrans. It is not by force. It is by merit. Every respect that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu enjoys today is by merit. 99.9% of the people in the old southeastern region are all behind him. And there is no doubt about it. Anyone from the old southeastern region that is standing against Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, you know who they are. They are working for the enemies. They are working for the caliphate. They are working for their belly. Not because that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have done something wrong. Not because they do not see the good work of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Not because they don't know that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is actually making a sacrifice for the entire Biafra land. They know very well. But some of them, because of their belly, they cannot put their need above their belly. Some of them, because of envy, jealousy, greed, they decide to say something different. You see them open an account, go to platform, and speak ill of a man that put his own life on the line for them. So many of them, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu doesn't even know them. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have not even met them. So many of them will never ever meet Mazi Nnamdi Kanu until the war ends. But Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, what he's doing is going to have effect on every human being, not just the Biafrans, every human being in that country called Nigeria, in Africa, in the station, and in the global world. Every single thing Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is paying today, the sacrifice he's paying today, is going to affect every human being on the planet Earth in one way or the other. The justice Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is calling for is justice that's going to affect everyone, not just the Igbos, not just the Biafrans, not just the Nigerians, not just Africa, but the whole world. This is a fact that no matter how you try to deny it, it will continue to haunt you on a daily basis. It is a truth that you can't deny. No matter how you pretend about it, that truth will continue to pop out. This month again is a special month. Remember, today is first. We have 4 more days to the hearing of the appeal of our Prime Minister, Mazi Simon Ekpa. 4 more days. Some Biafrans are already in Finland as we speak. And many more are going to arrive in Finland. Remember, on the 4th is the protest. On the 4th, it's going to be 3 days more. 3 days more to the protest. Today is 1st, this Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. So the protest is going to be on Tuesday, next week. On Tuesday, next week, many people are already in Finland. So if you have forgotten, or if you are not yet, you forgot about it, or you are not yet prepared, prepare yourself and be in Finland. Make sure you are in Finland for that protest. As long as you're a Biafran, it does not matter under which umbrella you're operating. It does not matter under which group you belong. Everybody that is a Biafran under the IPOB and other any groups, as long as you are fighting for the self-determination of Biafran people, you need to be in Finland and join the protest in solidarity with our Prime Minister, Mazi Simon Ekpa Joko, who has carried the burden of the entire Biafra on his own shoulder. Carrying the whole blame, the whole propaganda, the whole blackmail, the whole accusation was poured on him, and he took it on his shoulder. This is the time for us to show solidarity for him. This is the time for us to be in solidarity with him in Finland. Let the Finland government know that he is not alone. He wasn't speaking for himself. Let the Finland government know that there are people who Mazi Simon Ekpa represents. Let them know that Simon Ekpa Joko was not just there speaking for himself. He was speaking for the entire Biafran people. More than 80 million people. Let them know that the referendum we conducted and more than 50 million voted. It wasn't a joke. It wasn't a joke. Let them know that when Mazi Simon Ekpa said that he has the mandate of Biafrans through the supreme leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, it is not a joke. Every one of us need to be there. If you love Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, you must be in Finland. If you love Biafra, you must be in Finland. Except there is one reason or the other that will make you not to be there. But as long as you can be able to make it to Finland, nothing stops you. Be there in solidarity to Mazi Simon Ekpa. On the 4th, being Tuesday, in the morning, 10 a.m., the protest we hold. We want to see millions of Biafrans in Finland. Let Finland know that Biafrans are in town. The same way we entered Finland and they knew during the convention. The same way we entered Finland, they know during the declaration, they knew that people were around. The same way happened on Tuesday. Wherever you are, continue to support Mazi Simon Ekpa. If you cannot go to Finland, you can equally support Mazi Simon Ekpa spiritually. You can equally support him financially. You can support him morally. Any way you know you can support our Prime Minister, this is the time. This opportunity might not come again. That is why I support every single thing that makes sure that Mazi Simon Ekpa is adequately represented. I support it. I wouldn't want in a case where we will say, oh, had we known? If I had known, I would do this. If I had known, I would do that. If you can pray, go and pray. Whether you are a Christian, whether you are a Muslim, whether you are a Hindu, whether you are a Jewish, go and begin. Whether you are a traditionalist, go and begin to pray. And in your prayer, add fasting. Whatever you can do to see that you support the case of Mazi Simon Ekpa, start doing it. We have only few days to go. Only few days to go. And I believe at the end of the day, Chukwu Okike Abiama will take glory. At the end of the day, Chukwu Okike Abiama will show that he is God. And things are going to change. So it is a very interesting moment. We have waited a very long time till now. No matter the attack, do not get discouraged. I know that so many Biafrans have been discouraged with what we see online. With what we see online, many are discouraged, and I don't blame them. Sometimes when you see people, more especially the things that are coming from the mouth of people who claim to be Biafrans, more especially the Igbo Biafrans, sometimes when you hear them speak, you begin to wonder. You begin to wonder. That is why today we have become a laughing stock in the eyes of every other person. Initially, when an Igbo man speaks, people pay attention. Whenever an Igbo man alters a statement, people will pay attention. No matter how small the person is, no matter how poor or rich he is. Once an Igbo man speaks or give an idea, people will pay attention, but not anymore. Not anymore. Because we have made ourselves look very cheap. Because we have made ourselves look unacceptable. You go online, when you hear what people open their mouth and say against an innocent man, a man whom even people who are from other ethnic group are begging that Chukwu Okike Abiama should give them somebody like Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Many tribes today are wishing they have somebody like Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Many are confessing him from all parts of the world. They confess his work. A man that is unbribable. A man who has paid every price I need to pay and ready to pay the price with his life for your freedom, for my freedom. Yet, the same people he is dying for, the same people he's putting his life on the life of the life, go online and see what they are saying and what they're doing against him. It is sad and painful. But that will not make us to run away. And you as a Biafran, I advise you to be strong. Those of us that are genuine, you know yourself. You can't lie to yourself. If you are genuine, your heart will tell you that you are genuine. If you are listening to the right message, definitely you'll be genuine. That's why I advise people, remove group mentality in your head. Whenever you are listening to the message of Biafra, remove group mentality. When you are preaching Biafra, remove group mentality in your head. When you are listening to my message, remove group mentality in your head. Because if you have group mentality, you will never understand anything. Your mind will already be made up for argument. You will only watch and see where you are going to get a point to argue. But when you remove group mentality and focus on our collective interest, focus on the purpose for which we gather and speak every single day. If you focus on that, there is no way you will not key in into the message. You must learn one or two things in the message. You must have one or two things to contribute to the comment section. But because some of us, when we come, we cover our head with group mentality. You are expecting the person speaking to either praise your group or praise the person you love or promote you. And when he doesn't, you get angry. Whatever else he says, you pick offense. And it will drive you to destroy what you are supposed to build. That is why they sacked DOS today attacking Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. They sacked DOS today. That is why they have sworn and they are attacking Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. They sold their conscience, sold the struggle, as if that is not enough. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu told them, give way and let others continue. They don't want to stop. They continue to attack Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. They continue to attack him. The same people that promoted him and preached about it, that is what I wonder. So, does it mean that all these years, more than 11 years, more than a decade, that they were preaching Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, standing beside him, they never knew he was a fraudster. They never knew he was bad. All of a sudden today, because he's in detention, so he turned to become a monster from the detention. Some of them will tell you that he has been compromised from the prison. So even if Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was compromised in the prison, is that a right? Is that a reason you will be insulting him? Is that a reason you will be destroying his reputation? Even if Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have sold out in the prison and decided to join whatever he wants to join, is that a reason for you to come out on your camera and begin to abuse a man who have given you a name? A man who placed you where you are. A man who brought you out to the world to see. A man who has done what you and your entire generation can never do. A man who put his life on the line. A man who is still facing life sentence and at the risk of his life. Execution. And he never collected a bribe. A man who has been offered anything that bribe can buy. You know what Nigeria, you know how Nigeria give their bribe? Nigeria bribed in billions, in trillions. There's nothing they didn't offer Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, including oil well and Jewish positions. And he refused. He said, what I'm asking is on behalf of my people, not for myself. And yet, you have the gut to on your camera and attack him. You have the gut to on your camera and attack him. Our Prime Minister, Mazi, when he was here, he made sure that the reputation of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is not trampled upon. He made sure that the legacy of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu stands strong. If you don't know any other thing that Mazi Simon did, that one alone should let you know that Mazi Simon deserves respect from every one of us. Because all this while, from 2021 that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was the thing, the only man who was standing, making sure that the legacy of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu stands, that the name of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is not trampled upon, was Mazi Simon. Just when he was detained, only then and then they were able to unleash all their arsenal against Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And our supreme leader knew. Our supreme leader knew the job Mazi Simon was doing. The job Mazi Simon was about to do. That was why, even beforehand, he told us to go and listen to him. Even while he was free, he told us, go and listen to Mazi Simon when he was with us. Not when he was detained. When he was with us, he told us, go and listen to Mazi Simon. And after they kidnapped him from Kenya, he sent the message again. Listen to Mazi Simon, allow him to broadcast. But a bunch of criminals who have sold their conscience, out of envy, jealousy, and greed, refused to give him that opportunity to preach. He never mind. He continued to do his work. He did even much more than he was supposed to do. He did a greater job. In his own platform, he built a platform and did much more greater than he can ever imagine. That is why I tell people, there is no way you can separate our Prime Minister Mazi Simon from Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. There is no way. And there is no way you can effectively defend Mazi Nnamdi Kanu without acknowledging the good work of Mazi Simon. There is no way you can accept the blackmail and propaganda against Mazi Simon Ekpa, and then you want to defend Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. It's not possible. If you want to defend Mazi Nnamdi Kanu effectively, you have to start from Mazi Simon Ekpa. That is why the case of Mazi Simon Ekpa is crucial, very, very crucial. Whatever be the outcome, we have effect on Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. You know, Nigeria, they are very good in copy. Nigeria are copycats. They can copy anything. More especially evil. They are very good in copying anything that's evil. In case of our Prime Minister Mazi Simon Ekpa, we have a very strong impact on the case of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. That is why we are calling on Finland government to obey the rule of law. That is why we are calling on Finland government to make sure that the rule of law is obeyed. We are calling the Finland government for fair trial and due process. Most especially, listen to all the evidence that is provided by the Prime Minister Mazi Simon Ekpa. Every single evidence is important. Every little evidence is important. We cannot afford to hear that evidence was not admitted for one reason or the other. There is no reason why you will not admit evidence against the accusers. You did that in the lower court. It will not be acceptable anymore. It will never, ever be acceptable anymore. I don't know why Finland will be doing what they're doing. By today, they are supposed to cover themselves in shame. The same people that connive and kidnap Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the same people that wrote petition and connive and planned the arrest of Mazi Simon Ekpa, today, some of them are facing terrorism charge in Nigeria. Someone like Malami, the Attorney General of the Federation, Malami, who sponsored and participated in the kidnap of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu from Kenya, who accused Mazi Nnamdi Kanu of terrorism, who celebrated the kidnapping of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and also joined in the plan for the arrest of Mazi Simon Ekpa, that Malami, that provided evidence that Finland is using today against Mazi Simon, that Malami is facing terrorism charge today. That Malami, the same man, how can you use an information that produced by a man that is facing terrorism charge today? How can his information be credible? How can his office be credible? How can the charges leveled against somebody be credible? And in his own case, ammunition was found in his house. Malami, arms and ammunition were found. AK-47 was found in his house. The same man who tagged Mazi Nnamdi Kanu a terrorist, but Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was not seen with a knife. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was not seen with a knife. The only thing that was seen with Mazi Nnamdi was his singlet, phone, and that's all. Singlet, phone, and charger, t-shirt. That was what was seen with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. They did not see even a pen knife was not seen with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And that man tagged Mazi Nnamdi Kanu terrorist, went to Kenya, kidnapped him, brought him to Nigeria, announced it and celebrated it. Today, the same man today is facing terrorism charge. Not just facing, in his house, when they searched his house, they saw AK-47. He is facing terrorism financing charge in Nigeria today. How can the information of somebody who is financing terrorism, arms and ammunition was found in his house, an Attorney General of the Federation, how can his information be credible? How can any country believe any information coming from such a man? Nigeria is a country that we know today is actively sponsoring terrorism by their action and inaction. I didn't just say it. A competent court in Canada said that Nigerian political parties are terrorist organizations. I didn't say it. An international court said it. A competent court in Canada declared and said that all political parties in Nigeria are terrorist organizations. Is that not true? Is that not true? In the video that I played here, you heard when somebody was confessing that members of APC, the ruling party in Nigeria today, went and brought the people that are terrorizing Nigeria today. They went and brought them in. APC went and brought terrorists inside in order to win election. And they are the ones sponsored. Up to today, you had a testimony the other day that was made in their national TV. how Ali Ndume was collecting ransom from the federal government and sharing with the terrorists. A politician, APC politician, we collect ransom from the government and share with the terrorists. And these are people. This is a country that gave Finland the information that they are relying on. They are relying on to jail an innocent citizen in their country. Mazi have lived in Finland for more than 2 decades. In Finland, he has never had any case. He has never had anything. There is nothing that's found against him. But somehow, a terrorist country gave Finland an evidence against their innocent citizen, and they admitted that evidence. It's a shame. It's a very big shame. Why must you play politics with human life? Why do you have to play politics with human life? For your political interest, for favor, you decided to jail an innocent man, a man that served Finland in so many areas. He served in Finland as a councillor, conducted election and won election in Finland against Finnish citizens. He won election against the real Finnish citizens, and he became a councillor, served as a councillor, served in the military, a lawyer in Finland. Somehow, Nigeria cooked up a false flag, false information, and gave you, and you relied on information from a terrorist country. You relied on information that was given to you by a country that is operated and guided by terrorists. Today, look at, since you kidnapped Mazi, since you arrested Mazi, how is the situation of Nigeria? Has the insecurity stopped? How is the southeast? Has the insecurity stopped? Do you know how many lives have been lost in the southeast since you kidnapped Mazi? Do you know? Even as we speak, do you know how many lives that is lost? And they told you that Mazi is the problem. And you believe them. You believe them. Today, here are we. You still have the opportunity to say, you still have the opportunity to correct the wrong you have done. On the 5th, from 5th to 21st, you have the opportunity to correct your wrong. Finland is a country that the world is looking upon, that they obey human rights, that they obey the rule of law. But all of a sudden, that same Finland has become an instrument in the hand of the devil. They allow themselves to be polluted by Nigeria. And today, Finland cannot proudly anymore call themselves a democracy or a country that respects human rights if they continue to hold Mazi and Joko. With evidence provided to them by a terrorist country, a country that is being run by terrorists, a country that is being led by a drug baron. How can a credible information come from such a country? This same Finland we know does not respect any documents that come from Nigeria. They don't even respect the Nigerian passport. So how comes the people you don't trust their documents, you don't trust their passport, how come they gave you an information on your own citizen? You relied on that information and arrested your citizen. How comes? The only reason is for your economic interests. But all is not economy. You need to have conscience. You need to have conscience. It's not as if that Finland did not know about the issue of Biafra. They know very well what we've gone through and what we've passed through. The story is not to be told to them. They know the story. So why did they allow this to happen? They have the chance to make the correction. Coming 5th to 21st is an opportunity for Finland to redeem themselves from this bad image. They have the opportunity to redeem themselves from this bad image they have created. If they don't, it is not going to end well with them. If they don't, it is not going to end well. So in this new month, as we enter this new month, we are sending this message to the Finnish authorities to look well. All we are asking is that they should follow the rule of law, due process, fair hearing and fair trial. That is all we are asking. We are not begging for any pity. We are not begging for any pardon. Fair trial. And one of the things that will make a trial to be fair and free is admitting every single evidence, looking through every single evidence provided by the accused. You don't have to reject anyone. Look through all the evidence that you go through all the evidence. Only then and then you can be able to pass a credible judgment. And this is an opportunity for you to correct the wrong. And I hope by the special grace of Chukwu Gabiama, that wrong will be corrected this time. That wrong will definitely be corrected. So once again, I wish every one of you a very, very, very happy new month. Today we are going to discuss about an important issue. Because of the time that we are in, the topic we are going to discuss this morning is going to say something like why Nnamdi Kanu and Simon Ekpa gained massive support from many Biafrans, Igbos, and people of old Eastern region. Why do Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and Mazi Simon Ekpa gain massive support from many Biafrans, Igbos, and people of the old southeastern region? This is a fact, and this is the question people are asking. For those who will pretend and tell you that they do not have support, these people are a bunch of idiots and liars. If you are human and you care to know what is going on, it only takes some inquiries. Go into the media and you will see the massive support for the Supreme Leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and the massive support for Mazi Simon Ekpa. Regardless all the propaganda, blackmail, the attack, the media attack is coming, still yet Biafrans, I'm talking about human being, not AI. I'm talking about human being, Biafrans. They are still giving massive support to Mazi Simon Ekpa and Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Today, we are going to be examining the case of self-determination, leadership, and international understanding. I welcome every one of you. I say good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, wherever you are joining me from around the world. Whether you are joining us from Biafra land, you are joining from Asia, you are joining from Africa, from Nigeria, from Europe, you are joining us from Ukraine, from Russia, from Iran, from Israel, whichever part of the world you are joining from, I welcome you and I appreciate you. I thank you for being part of this program. Thank you for joining the live stream. Thank you for taking your time to be part of this important discussion this morning. Today, we are addressing a topic that continues to generate strong emotion, passionate debate, and significant international attention. And we will try to do justice to this very topic, which says, why Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and our Prime Minister Simon Ekpa gained massive support from many Biafrans, Igbos, and people of the old southeastern region. Understanding the supporters' perspectives on self-determination. That is what we are discussing, and we will try as much as possible to explain this because of the time that we are in. Because it is not only Biafran that we are speaking to. We are speaking to the international communities. We are speaking to the media. We are speaking to the world. Because, you know, Nigerians, they are very good in using the media to create their perspectives and narratives, to change narratives. They give you the impression that doesn't exist. Just like the clown, just like the satanic guy that came online and said that he's speaking the mind of the Igbos, that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu should be executed. Even when a deaf and dumb, a blind knows that that is not the mind of the Igbos. That is not the mind of the Igbos. And that guy came online to spill that nonsense. And you know what Nigerian government does? That is what they do. They intentionally do those things to create a narrative. And when they create that narrative, they want to weigh and see public opinion. Once the public opinion aligns with what they want to do, they go ahead and carry it out. But of course, they failed and they failed woefully. Up to tomorrow, you can see people still responding to that idiot. You see people responding to that idiot. And I bet you, as he wished Mazi Nnamdi Kanu death, he will never survive. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will attend his burial. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will march on his grave. That is certain. This discussion is about asking anyone to This discussion is not about asking anyone to agree with one side or another. I'm not saying this for you to take side. I'm not trying to force you to take side on this discussion. But I want you to have a critical thinking and understand every single argument we're going to bring on this topic. This topic is about understanding why these two figures, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and Mazi Simon Ekpa, has attracted substantial support among many people who identify with Biafra movement, while also recognizing that there are differing legal, political, and social perspectives on their activities. Every conflict has more than one narrative. That you have always known. Every conflict on the planet Earth has more than one narrative. So while we discuss, we need to pay attention to all the narratives, correct the wrongs, and meet the dots. Understanding those narratives is an important step towards meaningful dialogue. Meaningful dialogue. That is why we are going to try as much as possible to touch every area that we can in this program. One of the major reasons supporters rally behind Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is that we all believe he gave voice to grievances we felt had gone unheard for decades. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is the man that gave voice, not just to the Biafran people, to every indigenous person in Nigeria. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu gave them voice. There are so many demands that are made in Nigeria today that ordinarily you cannot do it. You dare not. Just like those who are talking restructuring. There was a time that restructuring. There was a time in Nigeria that talking about restructuring is a death sentence. Some of you have forgotten so soon. There was a time you dare not talk about restructuring. That was when they were singing the national anthem that the unity of Nigeria is not negotiable. Unity of Nigeria is not. Today, even those who were saying it then today agree that Nigeria should be renegotiated. Today, you see people on national TV arguing for renegotiation of Nigeria. It was Mazi Nnamdi Kanu that gave them that strength. It was Mazi Nnamdi Kanu that gave them that strength and that's courage to make that demand. Today, restructuring is being discussed in the Senate, in the House of Assembly. There was a time it is a taboo. You dare not mention it. The only thing you will hear on national TV is Nigeria is not negotiable. Unity is not negotiable. But today, nobody can dare stand up and say that unity is not negotiable. Unity of Nigeria is negotiable, not negotiable. Everyone have accepted that Nigeria has failed and have to be renegotiated. The only problem now is that no one has the balls to make that step and make that move. As for Nigeria, everybody agree, both these ones that call themselves one Nigerians, whether you are with Biafra struggle or not, both the ones that call themselves one Nigeria, everybody today agree that the zoo has to be renegotiated. But none of them have the balls to take up that challenge and move for that renegotiation. None of them. The only person that is still standing out is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, calling for a referendum. A referendum that will allow the people to decide their fate. If they want to still be in that so-called Nigeria, it is up to them. Nobody's going to force anybody against his will to do what he or she does not want. But allow people that right to make that decision. Let the decision be theirs, so that when the consequences come, they will face it gladly. That is all we're asking. This is why we are in various platforms shouting and talking. All we are asking is allow the people the right to take decision. Allow the people the right to make their decision. Allow the people the right to decide what they want. The Biafra agitation is not a call for war. Self-determination is a right guaranteed by international law, guaranteed by African peoples and human rights law, guaranteed by even Nigerian law itself. But when it comes to the issue of Biafra, because of envy, jealousy, greed, and hatred, When a Biafran talk about self-determination, they misinterpret it. They refer it to call of war. When he call for self-determination, he call for referendum, they call it a call for war. How is it a call for war? Biafran struggle has always been peaceful. A peaceful movement for self-determination. Nigeria tried by all means necessary to turn it violent, including creating different groups in the name of IPOB to turn it violent. Many false flag operations. Today, they are by fire by force creating another IPOB to create violence. The IPOB that Chikeduzium and Chinasamoru is still pushing today, the agenda they are pushing today to create another group is still the same Nigerian government agenda to destroy what have put in place, the peaceful organization put in place of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. But we will not allow that to happen. We are not violent people, and we will never be violent. But when they force us to go violent, they will not survive it. Not for a second, they won't. They won't survive it for not a second. And I pray that you don't get to that extent. All we are asking is our freedom. And we must be free, no matter what they say, no matter what they do. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is a voice for the voiceless. Not just for the Biafran people, not just for the Igbos, not just for Nigerians, not just for African, but for the world. The voice of the voiceless. Every one of us that support Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have these concerns. We have these concerns, very important concerns that we have. Political representation. The Biafran people have no political representation. The people from the old southeastern region are not politically represented. I can bet you, even other regions, in as much as they keep silent, there is no ordinary person that is represented in Nigeria politically. No. But in our own case, it is even worse. No political representation of the Igbo people. No political representation of the Ijo people. No political representation of the Shakiri people. Everybody you see in Asorok or in Abuja are there working for the caliphate. There is no political government, not even one. Every single politician is loyal to Abuja. They are loyal to the caliphate. That is why even your governor, before they elect your governor will go travel to Sokoto. You will see a governor from the south going to Sokoto. Instead of going to the Obi of Onitsha, they will go to Sokoto to go and pay homage. That speaks volume. But when these things happen, some of you don't take record. You don't ask yourself, what has a traditional ruler got to do with the governor in your state? We have seen on several occasions governors from the southeastern part, the old southeastern region. When I say old southeastern, I mean the south and the southeast. Governors from there going to Sokoto to pay homage and bow for the Sultan of Sokoto. That movement is significant. But some of you are not paying attention. This is why the position of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is significant. That is what they are afraid of. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is the only representation that we all have. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is the only person that speaks the mind of the people. That is why they want to take him out by fire, by force. When they took Mazi Nnamdi Kanu away, Mazi Simon Ekpa became the voice of the people. Mazi Simon Ekpa became the voice of the people. Even when the Saturday OS stopped playing the messages of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Mazi Simon was playing. We were all playing it. Mazi Simon encouraged us to continue to play. That is why till tomorrow, every time I come on program, I will still repeat the message of Mazi Nnamdi. Even if it's one message, I can repeat it 10 times. The message of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Likewise, message of Mazi Simon Ekpa, I continue to repeat it. That voice they don't want to hear. That voice that made them go deaf when they hear it. I play it over and over again. Political representation we do not have. The only representation we have is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Mazi Simon Ekpa. They were the only people that gave the ordinary people voice when it was needed. Secondly, security challenges. The primary duty of any government is security of the people. Today, no part of Nigeria can boast of security. If they cannot secure their caliphate, is it Biafra land that will secure? If Nigeria cannot secure their caliphate, if they cannot secure their evil entity, is it the Biafra land they will secure? What they did in Biafra land is to militarize our side, brought in different security outfits, and gave them the order to continue to execute our youths, destroy properties and livelihood in Biafra land. And that is what they have been doing till tomorrow. Burning houses, destroying lives. At every pole, from one pole, you see military checkpoints. But in the midst of that military checkpoint, that is where the kidnap always happen. Where there are no military checkpoints, you cannot see Fulani or kidnapping happening there. The places kidnapping are happening in Biafra land are the places where you have checkpoints in Biafra land. What does that tell you? That they did not come to secure you. They only come to make a way for the terrorists to take over, because they want to possess our land by fire, by force. The project they have is deeper than you can ever imagine. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was the one that challenged that. He challenged it. Mazi came in also and challenged the insecurity. But what did they do? They twisted it around with their blackmail and their media. They painted Mazi Nnamdi Kanu evil. They painted Mazi Ekpa evil. They said it was Mazi Ekpa that was responsible. There was nothing they did not say about Mazi Ekpa, including false flag. They created a fake ESN, created a home government to commit offense, and then they will say it is Mazi Ekpa. This was what they used to convict Mazi Ekpa in Finland. Lies, propaganda, blackmail. Today, they are using the same thing on Mazi Nnamdi Kanu today. They sacked DOS today. The same people that were working with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who knew everything about Mazi Nnamdi, today they are the one that are online telling you that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was the one who caused insecurity. The same people that we investigated and said that it is the Nigerian government, some of them today are now saying it's Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Even when we have their video where they testify about the evil of the Nigerian government, how does it now change to become Mazi Nnamdi Kanu overnight? Propaganda and blackmail. And the target is to shut him down using their media. So security-wise, we have no security. The only time we experienced security was when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was in charge with the ESN. That was when the farmers returned to the farms. There was relative peace until they introduced their counter security and used the governors to bring different kinds of outfit to attack the ESN. And today, you see what Biafrans have become. But when they want to tell the story, they will not stay where they started. Before the Python dance, were there any armed group anywhere? Before the Python dance, were there any armed group anywhere? Before they brought that Python dance and killed 28 men in the home of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, tried to assassinate Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and took thousands of lives that were buried in mass grave, and some that they poured acid. Before that, were there any chaos anyway? But Nigerian government, by their own self, created that insecurity. They created the insecurity by themselves, just to make ourselves look insecure. And the only time we had people was during the time of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Mazi Ekpa came in to stop their invasion, to stop the attack, to stop the killing of the innocent. What did they do? They went and blackmailed him. They used this sacked ex-DOX were used. Mainly, they were in the front line. Blackmailing Mazi Ekpa. They were in the front line, even conducting false flag. And when I talk about this false flag, we have evidence to prove. I have played the evidence so many times. If you go on Facebook, it is still there. Where somebody who was caught was testifying, the people that sent him, that the people that sent him that were using him to cause chaos, where this Chike Doziem and China Samoru, they were the one that was using DOS, that was sacked by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. They were the one that were using him. They used him to go and take the life of a traditional ruler. Confession that was made on air. It was aired. It was aired. But today, these people that were confessed publicly are the ones now that are good. They are the ones that Nigerian government want to show you their writing. They are the ones that Nigerian government want to promote what they say. They are the ones that Nigerian government want to let you know that they are representing us. But they are not. We know we are representing We know who we are. We know where we are. And we know who is who. One other problem that we have is economic development. There is no economic development in Biafra land. Not even one. No single economic development in Nigeria. We conducted our sit at home. They said sit at home is crossing economic fragment. But what did they see? For how many years or decades, the money they have been making from our land, the IGR, internal generated revenue, what have they been doing with it? What have they been doing? More especially in Anambra State. In Anambra State, when P2B was there, we know how he managed and what he did. But this time, with Seibo in charge, who is Seibo that is now the leader, Seibo is leading the cause to execute Nnamdi Kanu today. What has he done in Anambra State? Every policy he has in Anambra State is against his own people. He has no policy to protect them. Every single policy he's provided is to destroy the culture, is to destroy the people, is to render the people incapacitated. That is what Seibo is doing in Anambra State. There is no policy Seibo is putting forward to secure the people. He attacked religion, he attacked traditionalists, he attacked the custom of the people. That is what Seibo is doing. Go and check all his policies. Is either he's attacking the custom of the Igbo custom, or he's attacking the Igbo tradition, or he's attacking the religion. All the policy that Seibo is putting in Anambra State. Is it job he's creating? He's not creating job anywhere. Is it development he's bringing? There's no development anywhere. The road he's building is getting damaged more. And the only person that had the courage to speak for us then was Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And the only solution for us to move away from this madness can only be Biafra. The marginalization of the Biafran people have increased, more especially the Igbos. It has increased more than ever. It has multiplied. It has multiplied, marginalization. So it is not, we don't even use it as a topic anymore. We don't use that as a topic anymore. All we want is to be free. The topic we have today is to save life, just to save life. That is what matters. Saving life today is what matters. How to save life is what matters. One of those things we will not forget is the historical memory of the Nigerian Civil War. We will never forget what they did to us in the Nigerian Civil War. Even they themselves keep reminding us. The 3R that they promised: reintegration, reconstruction, and rehabilitation. None was done. None was done till today. Till today, none was done. And we will continue to speak up. We will continue to talk. We will continue to confront the enemies until we are free from this social republic. A country that does not have a constitution as we speak. Nigeria has no constitution. Even the written paper they have, they can't even obey it. They can't follow it. So how can anybody proudly be calling himself part of that zoological republic? How can anybody be proud to say he's part of it? Self-determination is a right. And we, the Biafrans, have the right to pursue self-determination, just as we do it peacefully. We have the right. So no matter the name they give us because of self-determination, we will not stop. We will not stop. If you think we will stop, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu just said in the video I played, he said, we will not stop. If you think we will stop, you're wasting your time. Whether one agree with these concerns or not, it is important to understand that many supporters of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu see him as someone who articulated frustrations they believe had accumulated over generations. Whether you like Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Mazi Simon Ekpa or not, the truth has to be told. They are the only people that we have seen who articulated frustrations we believe have accumulated over generations. Over generations. Nobody wanted to address it. But finally, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu took up that challenge. Mazi Simon Ekpa joined him, and we will never forget them. They represent advocacy for a political solution rather than silence. That is what they represent. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and Mazi Simon Ekpa. They are not terrorists. They are not violent. They are not troublemakers. They represent advocacy for a political solution rather than silence. But why is it that Nigerian government does not want to talk to them? Instead, they prefer to discuss with murderers. They prefer to discuss with terrorists. They prefer to pay terrorists. They give them money, reintegrate them into the Nigerian military. But talk with the Biafrans, they will not. They don't want to have any form of discussion with the Biafran people. And you think we'll be silent and let go? We will continue to fight until the last man standing. If at the end of the day, it's only one Biafra that survives, the battle will continue. Our Prime Minister Simon Ekpa have also done a very marvelous work. He emerged as another influential figure within sections of the movement. Mazi Simon Ekpa, a very influential figure. It doesn't matter who talks about him. You can hate him, you can like him, you cannot write the story of Biafra today without putting his name. It is impossible. There is no way you can write the story of Biafra without putting the name of Mazi Simon Ekpa. It's impossible. Those of us who are following him and supporting him know him very well. His advocacy is top-notch. He is advocating for the same political objective of self-determination. The same thing Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is advocating for is what he was advocating for. That's what he was advocating for. After internal disagreements developed within the movement. After the kidnapping of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Mazi Simon Ekpa took up the challenge and he continued to advocate. In fact, he took it to another level. He took it to the level that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu prophesied. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said, Mazi Simon is bringing a new dimension. And when it was his time, he brought that new dimension. He brought that new dimension. And we all saw it clearly. We saw it clearly. He interpreted the laws as a lawyer. He taught us self-defense, what it means. It's our right that we don't need to sell out. We have the right to. We don't have to fold our hand and somebody will come and chop our head off. We have the right to defend ourselves. Because you have to stay alive to defend yourself. That is why self-defense is a natural law. Self-defense is a natural law. Even animals defend themselves. Plants defend themselves. Every living thing defend themselves when they are being attacked. Every one of us knows Mazi Simon Ekpa did a great job. He speaks consistently about Biafra. From the moment he joined till the day he was arrested, he was consistently speaking about Biafra. And he was creating international awareness every blessed day. Mazi Simon Ekpa was creating international awareness. He called on global attention to issues affecting southeastern Nigeria. That was what he did. That was why they hated him. That was why they arrested him. He was calling the attention of the world for what is. In fact, that is why I begin to wonder I don't know what this world has become. Mazi Simon Ekpa, even before he started the struggle, he went and registered it officially to Finland government. Before he joined the struggle, he went and submitted a lot of petitions. He submitted petition to the presidency. He submitted petition to the prime minister of Finland. He submitted the petition to their parliament. And most of these things, we saw it on video when he went. We saw it, every one of us. The videos are still there. There is nothing Mazi Simon did that he did in the secret. It was always in the open. When we were going for convention, he told the Finland government, look at what they're doing. He officially informed them. That was why many people got the ticket for the convention because of the convention. When we were going for declaration, the same thing, he went in particular to police and everywhere and informed them, we are going for declaration of Biafra. There was nothing he did illegal in Finland. There was nothing he did that he was doing secret. He made every single thing open because you are fighting for a country, not an organization or a mushroom group. No. So he was doing everything in the open. That is why when Finland listened to a terrorist government and then took fake information that were given to them and arrested a man who was thousands of miles away and accused him of terrorism in Nigeria, I begin to wonder. How can that be justice? How can that be justice? And you refuse to admit his own evidence against the accusers. How can that be fairness? There is no fairness in that. There's no fairness in that. We just hope and pray that in this appeal, that things are going to turn around. In this appeal, we pray that they will do the right thing on this appeal. They will have the opportunity to correct their wrongs. Mazi Samuel uses social media to communicate directly with supporters. He effectively used social media. Even when Facebook banned him, Nigerian government bought Facebook. They did the same thing to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Facebook shot Mazi Nnamdi Kanu away. He couldn't be able to operate in Facebook. They did the same thing to Mazi Samuel. They shot him out. And they used the SDOS and told them not to allow Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to broadcast on the radio Biafra. He did not broadcast. He went on his own and created his YouTube. They went and they bought YouTube too. YouTube removed Mazi Samuel. YouTube removed Mazi Samuel. He couldn't broadcast. So he couldn't, in the major social media network, he couldn't broadcast there. The only place he had to pass information was on Twitter. Only Twitter allowed him. And he created his own personal site. We were even trying to launch our own social media. We were trying to launch our own social media before he was kidnapped. And everything became standstill. Everything Mazi Samuel he was doing was the benefit of his people. It wasn't for personal interest. It wasn't for personal glory. It wasn't for wickedness. It wasn't to take the life of anybody. What Mazi Samuel was always doing was to save life. What he was doing was to save the life of the innocent. Because Biafrans were being murdered right, left, and center. And it was very obvious. You saw them. Many of them will still have the videos of the attacks of Nigerian government against the Biafran people. But what did they do? They blackmailed Mazi Samuel, accused him of causing the insecurity in Biafra land. Was Mazi Samuel in the struggle through the Python dance? Is it Mazi Samuel that brought Python dance? The genesis of the insecurity in Biafra land is Python dance. During Python dance, Mazi Samuel was not with us. Mazi Samuel was not in the struggle during the time of Python dance. He wasn't there. So how dare you say that he is the one that caused the insecurity in Biafra land? The origin of this, before the Python dance, there was no armed group anywhere. There was no armed group anywhere. It was only flag. What brought the issue of arm was the Python dance. The military came in and they murdered thousands of Biafrans. In the home of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu alone, 28 men were murdered in cold blood. That very Python dance took the life of the parents of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. They tried to take the life of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and he narrowly escaped. It was after then the entire Southeast changed completely. It was after that the entire Southeast changed. Some people began to defend themselves because the murder was so much. It was continuously happening. Was it Mazi Samuel then? Was it Mazi Samuel that caused the Python dance? Was it Mazi Samuel that invited the army for the Python dance? How dare you accuse him of causing insecurity in Biafra land? Even when you have evidence of videos of those who caused the insecurity. There are videos of those who caused that insecurity. The videos are still in public. But you ignore them. You chose the man that is making impact, the man that is trying to save his own people. You focused on him just to demonize him and destroy his image. And you thought that will make you feel fine. You feel by doing that, oh, it will make you look relevant. You feel by destroying the image of Mazi Simon Ekpa, it will make you to look sensible. But you failed. You failed. Because even when you took him out and you thought that Biafrans will not be able to have a voice again, we began to work stronger. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, even from the inside detention, today is making impact. And finally, as Chukwu might have it, the IPOB was recovered. The original IPOB was recovered. And today, IPOB is under the command of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. No longer the political pressure group under the governors. The Chinas and Woru and Chike Doziem that belong to Nigerian government and governors are gone and gone forever. And that is why you see them crying like Chihuahua in various platforms. You see them crying and shouting and bleeding. And they are going to bleed to death. They will continue to bleed until they die. As for coming back, they are not going to recover. Nothing. Mazi Simon Ekpa did a very great job. They only created false flag. They blackmailed him. And they forced him to become a controversial issue. That when you mention Simon Ekpa, some people who were even speaking against him doesn't even know him. They don't know where he was in. That is why today, many people are confessing today that they were given wrong information about Mazi Simon Ekpa. Many people was at last, they realized that the person what they were telling them about Mazi Simon Ekpa is a lie. It's a lie. Many people begin to see him as a controversial figure. He became so controversial because of the information that the Nigerian government were sponsoring people to feed. Using the DOS, they were feeding people with wrong information about Simon Ekpa. And many believed them. But today, when you sit back and you look at what the same people are doing to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, then you know how stupid you have been to believe them. When you look at what the ex-DOX is doing to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu today, you will look yourself as being stupid in believing them. Now you have seen the battle that Mazi Nnamdi fought for 4 good years. From 2021 up until 2024 when he was arrested. This is the battle he fought. And he stopped them. They could not make any progress. He kept them stand still. He kept them stand still and he was making progress. It is sad. Authorities in different jurisdictions have raised legal concern regarding some of the activities of our Prime Minister Mazi Simon Ekpa. And that is what is expected. That is how they do. The lies that they told. They told so many lies, many allegations against him, false allegations, very, very false allegations that cannot be substantiated against Mazi Simon Ekpa. So many allegations that even as I sit here, I can provide thousands of evidence against the Nigerian government of the atrocities they committed. And they push it to Mazi Simon Ekpa. They talk about the sit at home. We saw on several occasions where somebody was shot the police shot somebody who was enforcing sit at home. And when they searched, they saw the ID card of DSS in their pocket. DSS office. In one occasion, when they were attacking somebody during the sit at home, we saw a policeman was standing there. A policeman in uniform was standing there. And when these things happen, they will tell you, oh, it's ESN. It's Mazi Simon Ekpa boys. Even when we had numerous evidence that what was happening has nothing. Today, you see many confessions coming. People are confessing the innocence of Mazi Simon Ekpa today. People are revealing what transpired. And I believe if Finland authorities are paying attention, they will be ashamed of themselves now. And they have to use this opportunity to amend their ways. Everything is not about economy. Everything is not about politics. Everything about that thing you want to gain from Nigeria, you can equally gain it when you do the right thing for Biafrans. You can equally get that thing. But if you want to destroy your reputation because of economic gain in Nigeria, you're welcome. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have prayed for Britain. Look at how Britain is today. Britain today is taken over by strangers, and they will never ever recover. The UK is taken over by strangers, and they will never ever recover because of the role they are playing in Biafra. And Finland want to go the same path. Pray you don't go the same path. You have the opportunity to change your ways. You have the opportunity to make the correction. And if you don't, whatever you sow, you are going to reap. Whatever you sow, you will reap. Self-determination is a right. The biggest reason behind the support is not simply the personality involved. The reason people are supporting Mazi Simon Ekpa and Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is not because of who they are, not because they are handsome, not because they are strong men, not because they are educated, not because they are living abroad, not because they are Igbos. There is a very important reason why people, Biafrans and other people from other regions are supporting them, and they will continue to support them. The reason people are supporting them is because of the idea itself, self-determination. It is because of self-determination. Self-determination is a principle recognized in international law, including the United Nations Charter, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. It generally refers to the principle that people may determine their political status and pursue their economic, social, and cultural development through lawful means. And the people that are superheading this pursuit of self-determination is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and Mazi Simon Ekpa. And that is why the entire Biafrans are in love with them. That is why we don't joke with them. That is why we stand with them. That is why we can give our life for them. Our aspiration should be discussed through dialogue, democratic processes, and respect for human rights. That is all we want. We want our aspiration to be discussed through dialogue, democratic process, and respect for human rights. This is all we are asking for, nothing more. That is why Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is calling for referendum. That is why Mazi Simon Ekpa went extra miles to conduct the referendum, to show the world the numbers we have, so that if they feel that we are wrong or they don't agree with the number, they conduct their own referendum. Conduct your own referendum if you feel that number is not right. All we are asking is allow us to make the choice of what we want. We know that critics, in other hands, argue that national unity and constitutional order should be preserved. I don't know what you want to preserve in Nigeria. What do you want to preserve? Nigeria that from the foundation is faulty. Everything that is about Nigeria is false. The population is false. The census was rigged. There's nothing, even the map and everything is wrong. There's nothing, there's no right thing about it. Any sensible group should have gone back to make sure they put things right. The British intentionally rigged everything that was done in Nigeria, including the elections that was supposed to make the Nigeria a country. The British helped them to rig it and gave them the number they are parading today to tell you that they have the population when they don't have it. And with that number, they can rig any election put in place by the British. The British gave them that format, created number that doesn't exist anywhere, and they use it for election. That is why every time they will boast and tell you that they will choose who will rule. Until you bow to them, you cannot be anything in Nigeria. If you don't bow to the North, you cannot be anything politically in Nigeria. You must bow to them. And many people are bowing. Those who are eager to have a position, they are bowing. Look at P2B, traveling all the way, the whole northern area, he's traveling, doing so many things in northern side. Things that he cannot do in Biafra land, he is doing it in the north. How many times have you seen P2B visiting other places in Biafra land? His focus is in the north. And because they don't learn their lesson, good luck did better than you can ever do. Good luck did better. Good luck was doing everything in the north, including building Almajiri schools for them, educating them, giving them so many things. But yet, what did they do to good luck? What did they do to Good Luck? They throw stone on him and they push him out. Do you think you can do what Good Luck have done? We are not one people. We have never been one people, and we can never, ever be one people. Even their forefather knows that we are not one, and we can never be one. There are several factors we believe explain the movement: resilience, historical identity. We identify strongly with the history of the former Eastern region, the legacy of the Nigerian Civil War. We can never ever forget the sacrifice of our heroes. We can never forget the sacrifice of our eternal leader, Dim Odumegwu, the sacrifice that was made by General Effiong, the sacrifice that was made by so many other heroes who fought during the Civil War. We can never forget their sacrifice. Never. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. Remember, history shapes political identity. And that is what transpired in our own case. That's what transpired. And with that history looming everywhere, there is no way peace can reign in Nigeria. One of the problems we are facing also is unresolved grievances remains. Unresolved grievances remain. And Nigeria is not ready to resolve it. So many unresolved grievances. That is why you saw recently a policeman was telling somebody that came back from abroad that if you are being an Igbo man, I will arrest you. Not if you commit a crime, I arrest you. If you are an Igbo man, he will only arrest you just because you are an Igbo man. When we say we are endangered people in Nigeria, you don't understand. From the moment you land in international airport in Nigeria, they see your passport and they see Chukudie. From that moment, you have become an SBT. You become a stranger. They will extort you. They will blackmail you. They will set you up. And that is the situation in Nigeria. And you want us to remain there. Whether those grievances are economic, political, or security related, we believe they deserve greater national and international attention. Our grievances, whether economic, political, security related, we believe they deserve greater national and international attention. But Nigeria is not prepared to look to that direction. They are not prepared to engage. Instead, they focus on the terrorists. Young people increasingly use digital platform to organize discussions, share information, debate issues affecting their communities, just as we are doing. Social media have amplified voice that previously had limited reach. Social media today is one of the best things that has put a new generation. We can educate each other. We can ask questions. We can bring ourselves together. We can fight a cause. All thanks to social media. Even though some of us are abusing the social media, so many of us are abusing the social media. Instead of using it positively, they are using it in a negative way. They use it to cause chaos, to create violence, to create hatred. But social media has done much more good than harm. And we are going to use it positively until we are free from the zoological republic. We must continue also in international awareness. International organizations, foreign governments, and human rights groups should pay closer attention to the development in southeastern Nigeria. The world is not paying attention to what is happening in the southeastern part of Nigeria. They are not giving attention. I don't know if they are waiting for all of us to die before they will not give it attention. Just like the Christian genocide, they waited and waited and waited until many lives were lost. Millions of lives were lost. Only now they're talking about Christian genocide. Even at that, the genocide of the Igbos have started since 1945. Nobody's addressing it. Since 1940, up to date, in Nigeria, you have Amnesty International, you have the United Nations, you have so many other international organizations, but they are not reporting what is happening in Biafra land. The atrocities of Nigerian government. They don't. We are the only ones that report it online. You can never see them reporting it. And that was why they run and they framed up Mazi Samani, because Mazi Samani was ahead of them. Mazi Samani was in charge of the media, providing every single evidence against the Nigerian government and the atrocities, exposing it to the world. Even the war they were fighting in Biafra land then, and they're hiding it. The war that they came to the national TV and declared. Christopher Musa came to national TV and said they are fighting asymmetric war in Biafra land. They declared a asymmetric war. At a point in time, they said it's a jungle warfare in Biafra land. They were fighting a war and they were not showing it to anybody. It was Mazi Samani that was bringing it out to show. And they were uncomfortable with that. They lied against him, framed him and blackmailed him, and Finland fell to their trap. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and Mazi Samani we are freedom fighters. They are not criminals. They are not terrorists. This question generates some of the strongest disagreement. Many people are blackmailing them. They call them different kinds of names. They come as Nnamdi Kanu terrorists. They come as some of the terrorists. But you and I know that they are not. They are not. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and Samuel Ekpa are advocates for political right of self-determination. They are advocates for political right of self-determination. They are not criminals. They are not terrorists. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and Simon Ekpa are advocates for political right of self-determination. They are not criminals. But Nigerian governments chose to follow their blackmailing ideas, pursue their blackmail. They continue to blackmail them simply because they are the ones exposing their evil deed. They go to the extent of even creating false flag. And we can prove those false flag with information we have. They do something and they tag IPOB and they say it's Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. We saw it when they did it to NSAS. NSAS, they did the same thing. In NSAS, Nigerian government was sponsoring talks. We saw NSAS. The video is still there. Where Nigerian government were using their boss to carry talks to go to attack peaceful protesters. We saw it in Abuja. DSS used their Land Cruiser. They used their Jeep to bring talks to come and fight against peaceful protesters. This is what they do all the time. Once you come out to demand for your rights, they will create a different one. Even recently, the End Bad Governance, you saw Tinubu did the same thing. He created another group to go and attack them. And this is how they operate. This is how they operate. They will demonize your group and make you look violent so that they can be attacked. They did it to Shite Group. They did the same thing to Shite Group. They did the same thing in NSAS. NSAS, they brought out criminals. We saw it. This one is not hearsay. It is still online. I don't know why these things are still there, but yet the world is not paying attention. What is happening? We saw it. It's still online during the NSAS. How Nigerian government sponsored talks to take innocent lives. End Bad Governance ended. They did the same thing. To Shared Group, they did the same thing. And this is what they have been doing against IPOB at every time. They have created thousands of different kinds of security activities. In Biafra land today, everywhere you go is security. And they are securing nothing. What they are doing is extortion and taking innocent life. Created by Nigerian government through their governments. All they were fighting for is self-determination. They are fighting for self-determination. Government and security agencies have made different legal allegations regarding aspects of activities of Mazi and Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Allegations against them. They label them different kinds of things. Those legal matters are distinct from political arguments surrounding self-determination and are addressed through judicial process. Are they truly addressed? Is there any fairness in their law? We have not seen any. We are still waiting. We are waiting for Finland to correct their wrong on the 5th of August. We are waiting for Finland to correct their wrong. In democratic society, it is important that allegations are examined through fair legal proceedings. This is all we are asking. Every single allegation are examined through fair legal proceedings with opportunity for defense rather than through assumptions alone. When you see the case of Mazi and case of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, every charge against them is through assumption. But in a democratic society, it is important that allegations are examined through fair legal proceedings. Every allegation against Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, against Mazi, should be examined. We are not calling for pity, or we are calling for the rule of law. Every allegation are to be examined through fair legal hearing, with opportunity for defense, rather than through assumptions alone. But what we have seen so far is all assumption. And even in the recent days, we are seeing confessions coming from right, left, and center. Confessions are coming from everywhere. One principle that should unite everyone, regardless of political opinion, is respect for the rule of law. Every individual is entitled to a fair hearing. Every individual is entitled to a fair hearing. Every individual is entitled to access to legal representation. Every individual is entitled to independent court. Every individual is entitled to the presumption of innocence until proven guilty according to the law. This principle strengthens public confidence in justice. And this is all we are asking in the case of our leaders. We are calling for the international community to pay attention. International community should pay attention. The international community often becomes interested in situations involving human rights concern. There's a lot of human rights abuse in the case of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and Mazi. They should pay attention to political tensions, security issues, minority rights, peaceful conflict resolution. International engagement can encourage dialogue, reduce tension, support peaceful outcome. Ultimately, lasting solution is most likely to come through lawful, peaceful, and inclusive processes. This is why we are calling on international community to come in. More especially the United States. The United States should take a bold step and do what they have to do. Stop waiting. The United States should take a bold step and do what needs to be done. They have waited for too long. The Biafrans are always open for dialogue. But Nigerian government, they prefer dialoguing with terrorists instead of those that have legitimate concern. They prefer to deal with terrorists instead of dealing with those that have legitimate concern. History has shown that many long-running political disputes around the world have eventually required dialogue. Constructive conversation can help reduce misunderstanding and create opportunity for peaceful solution, even when disagreement remains profound. Is Nigeria ready to dialogue? We have not seen a sign. We have not seen a sign. They have not even made any move. But when it comes to dialoguing with terrorists, they are quick to do that. My fellow Biafrans, wherever you are watching this program from, today's discussion has sought to explain why many Biafran Igbos, people from the old southeastern region, support Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, support Mazi Simon Ekpa from the perspectives of their supporters. I have just explained why we are supporting Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and we will continue to support Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Why we are supporting Mazi Simon Ekpa, and we will continue to do so. They are not terrorists. They have never been, and they will never be. We will continue to support them because they are fighting a just cause. Whether one support or oppose their political goal, understanding the motivations behind public support is important for informed discussion. Whether you support them, it doesn't really matter. But ask that question, why is it that 99% of Biafrans support them? They stand beside them. Whether you agree with them or you don't agree with them, why is it that 99% of the people that they represent support them? That should be the question that will change the whole game. Democratic societies benefit when difficult issues are debated peacefully, facts are examined carefully, and legal questions are resolved through independent judicial processes. This is what we are asking for, and I hope we will get that. Thank you for joining today's live stream. If you found this discussion throughout today truthful and informative, like this live stream. Share it with other people around you. Share it, don't keep it to yourself. Share with everyone that is around you. Understanding different perspectives on this issue. If you have not subscribed to our channel, subscribe, like and share, and invite others to join. No matter how disadvantaged, no matter the attack, don't give up. For me, no amount of sabotage will make me to stop talking about Biafra. They can attack my platform, they can shadow ban me, they can, as long as I can be able to open this platform, even if I come online, I'm the only one here, I will still preach my message, preach it complete and leave. There is no amount of propaganda or blackmail that will make me to stop talking about Biafra. That is where I belong. That is my future, and that is my hope, and I will never stop. I appreciate everyone that have been with us on the program today. I wish you all a very, very happy weekend and happy new month. And please, wherever you are, continue to pray for our Supreme Leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Continue to pray for our Prime Minister Mazi Simon Ekpa. Never give up. Stay strong. We will continue to be with them. We will continue to support them. We will continue to stand by them. No matter how difficult it is, we will never give up. May Chukwu Okike Abiyama continue to guide and protect every single one of us. May Chukwu Okike Abiyama continue to guide and protect our Supreme Leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. May Chukwu Okike Abiyama guide and protect our Prime Minister, Mazi Simon Ekpa. Wherever you are, please like and share this program. Don't get discouraged. I know many of us are discouraged. I know many of us are worried. Your worries cannot stop the problem. We need to continue to be strong. We need to continue to move on. I appreciate everyone that have joined me on this program. I can see my beloved sister, Maureen Chinenye. Thank you so much for joining, Maureen Chinenye. I appreciate you. Thank you for being there. Thank you so much for your support. Maureen, I can see you there. User Abogo, thank you for joining. User John Chukwudi, thank you for joining. John Chukwudi, thank you for joining the program. Ibanda, thank you for joining. Ibanda, I can see you there. Ibanda, it's been a long time. I've not seen you around. Thank you for joining, Ibanda. Obara Paul, thank you for joining. Thank you for joining, Obara Paul. Thank you for joining. My brother Uche Onyende, thank you for joining. Everyone that was able to make it in this platform today, I appreciate it. Don't give up. Don't get discouraged. I know sometimes we see things that make us get discouraged, make us get weak. Myself, I see it much. Sometimes when I want to come online, I will feel like, why should I be coming online when people you are speaking to don't want to listen? Or maybe they are doing something else. So, but I know it's an assignment that I have already signed and what I have chosen to do, and I will continue to do it no matter how difficult it is. And I will never give up. And I pray that Chukwu Okike Abiyama will continue to guide and protect us. No weapon formed or fashioned against us as Biafra shall prosper. And no weapon formed or fashioned against our Prime Minister, Mazi Simon Ekpa shall prosper. No weapon formed or fashioned against our Super Mazi Nnamdi Kanu shall prosper. We shall be free, no matter what the enemies are doing. Freedom is sure. This month will be a month of celebration for us. In the name of Chukwu Kadiam. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you so much for watching. At the end of the program, we are going to play the message of Mazi Simon Ekpa today. That message I played at the beginning, I'm going to play the full message. So if you didn't listen to that message, listen carefully. You know, most of us miss those messages. That is why I'm repeating old messages of Mazi Simon Ekpa. It will teach you a lot of lessons, and it will also help to educate the world on what he was fighting for, on why he was doing what he was doing. So that is why I repeat those messages. So like and share so that those who didn't watch those messages I preach will watch it and now understand where we are coming from. Thank you so much, and see you again later in the day by the grace of Chukwu. Stay blessed and remain safe.
Let the universe bear witness to the sacred code. The ground beneath us does not yield to seasonal guests. The tenant cannot sack the landlord. The employee can never sack the employer. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu remains the supreme leader of IPOB. His command is final. Whatever he says goes. Pursuant to the strict authority of the supreme leader and the sacred unyielding IPO code of conduct, the third administration of the DOS is hereby dissolved. The sentence is passed, your names are permanently erased. Chikaedozi, you are sacked. Tony Nzurumike, you are sacked. Austin Agbanyin, you are sacked. Chukurio Forma, you are sacked. Isaiah Uba, you are sacked. Collins Chinedu, stay off from IPOB. You no longer speak, you no longer act for the children of light. The employee cannot fire the boss. Tenant cannot sack the landlord. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is the leader, the supreme leader of IPOB. Through the trials, through the chains, his word remains absolute. Whatever Mazi Nnamdi Kanu says goes. Whatever the supreme leader says goes. They thought darkness could hide the shadows of greed. They forgot the soil remembers every treacherous deed. After the illegal extraction, when the leader was taken away, the enemies of the struggle came out to play. Governor Dave Umahi paid $500,000, a blood money bribe to buy collars for the scholars of shame. They took the cash, sabotaged the release, and traded the crown, bribing media houses just to tear the leader's legacy down. But the truth is a rock, it crushes the hand that betrays. But in the darkest hour, the true guardian stood high, refusing to let the message of restoration die. We lift our voices to honor the ones who defended the light, the shield of the truth in the dead of the night. Thank you, Biafra vanguard media, for standing so bold, for ensuring the unfiltered truth was always told. Salute to the dedicated souls of heaven, standing the test. Salute to the rising sun, unyielding and blessed, and the ambassador for self-determination marching ahead, keeping the fire burning for the living and the dead. You defended the leader, you shielded the name from the stain. Oh, whatever Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said supreme leader says, oh. The fourth dose is here, working with global power to heal the land. The genocide must stop, the boss has spoken. Victory is absolute.
You must go and listen to Simon Ekpa, who is doing a very fantastic job. Very great job that Simon Ekpa is doing. Very, very, absolutely fantastic job that he's doing. You must listen to him and share his videos accordingly. Very, very important. He is bringing a new dimension to this very awareness that we are making, and you must listen to him very, very.
Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, fellow Biafrans, lovers of freedom. Good evening, leaders, political leaders, decision makers, those whom the issue of Biafra may come to their table very soon. I bring to you a very fraternal greeting this evening from my end. This is live broadcast, State of the Nation address today, the 17th day of August, 2022. I have come here today to address Biafrans on this very important State of the Nation broadcast. If you look at the time, you will understand that we've spent about 42 minutes listening to different stories. The stories that is propelling us. The story that has made us whom we are today. The stories that have given us the bravery we display today. The story that has made us strong. The story that is making us to leave Nigeria. The story that will make us to fight and exit Nigeria by 2023. The story that is going to make us to never allow any election conducted by Nigeria government in Biafra territory by 2023. You've listened to these stories for over 40 minutes. First was the State of the Nation broadcast by our then leader, the eternal leader of the Biafra people, Ikemba, followed by the lamentation of our current and the present supreme leader, in the name of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, when he knew he was going to be betrayed. That is not what we are here today. Fellow Biafrans, nothing can crush the spirit of determined people. The war of aggression from the Nigeria Caliphate state can't stop the Biafra from breakaway by 2023. You know, people say we always reveal our secret on social media. We always tell our plans. Somehow, that is partially true. On the other hand, that is also somehow not true. They say that we should learn from Fulanis. We should learn from bandits. Or we should learn from terrorists, Boko Haram and co, that they never made their plan and what they are trying to do public. Today, I want to inform you that we are not the same. We are not the same with bandits. We are not the same with Fulanis. We are not the same with terrorists. We are not the same with Boko Haram. And that is why some of the things we do, we make it open. Because we can never be the same with Fulanis. We can never be the same with terrorists. We can never be the same with those who come from different parts of Africa to kill our people. That is why we do things differently. So yes, going forward, you will continue to hear our plan publicly, some of the plan on social media. Today, I want to respond to you that we are not the same with them. We are fighting for freedom, to have the right to govern ourselves and make decisions for our future as a people. In case you do not know little about terrorists, the terrorist ideology is completely different from ours. One of the terrorist leaders called Abu Musab al-Suri. Abu Musab al-Suri, one of the main Al-Qaeda ideologies, has championed a massive social indoctrination campaign to promote the tenet of the militant jihad among Muslims worldwide. This ideology seems to have made deep inroad around the world. Self-described jihad rely heavily upon the promote suicide martyrdom, claiming that the reward referred to the Islamic scripture will be accorded to those who carry out such act. That is who terrorists are. Completely different from ours. Completely different from what we do. We can never be terrorists and we can never be the same. The terrorist ideology on suicide bombing or suicide attack. The suicide terrorists are seen not as cold-blooded killers, but as martyrs and heroes in the eyes of many. This shift in values occurred slowly. It occurred slowly. Suicide terrorism first found acceptance in Palestine. They first find acceptance in Palestine. Over time, it was increasingly utilized for fighting occupational in Chechnya, Kashmir, Afghanistan, Iraq, and many more places around the world. We can never have the same ideology with terrorists. That is why our activities are sometimes public. Chillingly, there is also a minority Muslims endorsement for suicide terrorism, even inside the United Kingdom, inside the UK. They endorse suicide terrorism. Some of this minority, they live in the UK. Likewise, female involvement in terrorism has become increasingly more commonplace, and the debate amongst terrorism's perpetrators has even extended to whether biological, and radiological weapons. They even justify it in fighting the militant jihad. Al-Qaeda and its affiliate are expert in taking advantage of local conflict and grievances and adopting their ideology to local circumstances. We can never be the same. The ideology is completely different. To fight terrorism, which is the reason why we are having this particular State of the Nation address today, as they are now in our land, and our land is under siege, both from the state terrorists and from the non-state terrorists. You can address them as non-state actors and state actors. To fight terrorism, we must therefore understand the pervasiveness, or should I say, the perverseness of the so-called Islamic ideology or Islamic ideological stand, and attempt to reverse radicalization in the mainstream Islamic discourse. We must understand this fundamental for us to be able to defeat the terrorists in our land. The world today, we are putting the world on notice. The world and its communities have bear us witness on our civic approach to resolve the crisis and the way Nigeria treats us. The world can bear us witness that we have applied every civil approach to resolve this conflict, to resolve the killings, to resolve the genocide, to resolve the crime against humanity being meted on Biafrans since 1945. The world can bear us witness that we, the Biafra people, have tried everything to resolve this amicably. They mock us. They take us for granted. They say we are cowards. They say fight for your freedom. They have blackmailed and labeled us with all manner of derogatory names because we have always succumbed to their pressure. The approach we have chosen, which is the civil approach, they have taken us for granted. We therefore cannot stand idle and watch the total extermination of our people by the Fulani, by the Caliphate Nigeria federal government that are sponsoring terrorism and sponsoring them and recruiting them into Nigeria army and Nigeria security agencies. Our period of mercy is therefore over. Our period of mercy is over. Our period of mercy has elapsed. Our ultimatum has elapsed for the past 2 days. We have done everything that needed to be done to ensure the security of lives and properties in Biafra and the Nigeria at large. But today, the federal government and the Fulani-controlled Nigeria government has demonstrated without remorse about their direct involvement in the killings of Biafran people and other indigenous people of Nigeria. They have not hidden their agenda and they have not showed any remorse in their involvement in aiding, abetting, and shielding terrorists to attack our people. They have directly sponsored and aided the extermination of different communities from the Niger state down to Benue, down to Kaduna, down to the southern part of the country. You can agree with me that the evidences abound of the Nigeria state involvement. Everybody is shouting about it. The difference we are going to make is that the Biafra people have taken it upon themselves to make it different. I'll tell you today, the wider Nigeria has been under siege. The federal government of Nigeria has demonstrated that they don't care and they are supporting the attacks and the invasion of these foreign terrorists into our land. They destroy the lives of indigenous people in Nigeria and Biafrans. They waste the life, destroy our properties, and invade our land, and they chase people away, and they run to IDP camps. Since the Nigerian government has chosen the invaders, they choose to protect the invaders and the terrorists from North Africa, from east part of Africa, from Senegambia, and or other part of the world over their own said citizens. We have no option. We have no option, absolutely no option, but to defend our land with everything we have. From the Nigeria Tribune newspaper report, and of course, widely reported by so many Nigeria newspapers on the 16th of August 2022, a man called General Dambazu said, and unquote, the army forces or the armed forces with a population of about 200,000 have the deficit to confront terrorists as they have been overstretched. It is to review our counter-terrorism strategy. I want you to listen to this. It is to review our counter-terrorism strategies to eliminate these state actors. I want you to underline these state actors. This particular publication is available everywhere in Nigeria. Go and read it. Go and read General Dambazu's statement on insecurities and the 2023 election. He said, it is to review our counter-terrorism strategy to eliminate these state actors. So he actually understands that the terrorists in Nigeria are state actors. He was the one who paid 100 billion naira to Fulani terrorists for 2 years to stop killing Nigerians, to stop killing Biafrans, to stop killing indigenous people in Nigeria. The records are there. Today he said that it is to eliminate these state actors. So he understands, probably by mistake, that the terrorists in Nigeria are state actors. I want you to take this word very seriously, because under this particular statement, our declaration today will come to play. That to eliminate these state actors. As I'm talking to you, you can Google and search the statement from different media house in Nigeria. You will see where he said it is to review our counter-terrorism strategy to eliminate these state actors, as security should be top agenda as we gradually approach the 2023 general election. So he, recognized that they are state actors. And I want you to understand what state actors mean. State actors are the police. State actors are the military. State actors are the civil defense. State actors are the custom. State actors are all these people carrying arms. They are the state actors. And with this particular statement today, they are also to be regarded as terrorists. And of course, it is not just because he said it. Different indictment from different groups and the different prominent people in Nigeria, those who have felt the pain of terrorism, has actually confessed, including Danjuma. Danjuma said the Nigerian military, the Nigerian army collude with the terrorists. And a lot of confession has actually emerged, where the military were seen sharing money, where the military were seen 2 kilometers away from kidnap scene, and all these things are happening even in Biafra land. So I want you to have this at the back of your mind, because our declaration today will be based on so many of these informations. Imo State. In Imo State governor, according to report, was said to have concluded plan to set up Imo State vigilante outfit to replace Ebubago as a result of the killings of Ebubago, or the killings by Ebubago. They said Imo State government may have concluded plans to set up Imo State vigilante outfit to replace Ebubago, which the citizens have roundly condemned because of their method of operation and too many killings associated with them. The governor of Imo State acknowledged that there has been so many killings by the Ebubago, but after this acknowledgement and guilty plea, nobody has condemned, no international community has come to arrest and prosecute him. How do you now agree and admit that the Ebubago have killed in mass murders, and only what they can do is to come and tell you they want to change Ebubago to Imo State security outfit? Yet, the so-called politicians continue to keep mute, and of course, they overlook the guilty plea of Hope Uzodinma of Imo State, as he acknowledged that manner in which the Ebubago have killed Biafrans is unacceptable. I want you all to understand that today is going to be a new beginning in Biafra liberation. Let us go to the United Kingdom. The United Kingdom, in their country of origin report from the United Kingdom, the country policy and information note, they said the United Kingdom claimed that Biafra is a loosely defined area in the southeast of Nigeria that roughly correspond to the state of Abia, Imo, Ebonyi, Enugu, and Anambra. This is a fallacy. We want to send this message to the United Kingdom. You don't define where is Biafra and where is not Biafra. Biafra is not only Imo, Abia, Ebonyi, Enugu, and Anambra. The area is inhabited, according to them, principally by Igbo people, who are one of the country's third largest ethnic group. So we want to correct the United Kingdom and, of course, the world and those who may wish to listen, that we must from today correct the United Kingdom government that this is a fallacy and a joke taken too far. Biafra territory is undisputed, irrespective of our differences, irrespective of our political differences. Biafra territory is undisputed. We are today setting the record very straight that Biafra comprises of old eastern region of Nigeria, which the map has been distorted by the Nigeria state, of course, has been advised by the United Kingdom in quest to annihilate Biafrans and cleanse the name of the map. Additionally, Biafra map stretched to the present day of Lower Kogi State and the Lower Benue State, respectively. So that particular correction must be made, and let it sink into your head that Biafra is not only the Igbo-speaking state. In 1967, when the entire old Eastern region went to war, there were no Anambra, Imo, Ebonyi, Abia. It was Eastern region of Nigeria. And that Eastern region today is what make up the same Biafra we are fighting for. When we get to that bridge of to know who want to belong to Biafra and who don't know to belong to Biafra, it is not the United Kingdom, it is not Nigeria that will make a choice for the people of the old Eastern region. They will make a choice either to belong to Biafra or not to belong to Biafra. Nobody has the right to dictate who belongs to Biafra and who don't belong to Biafra. So on this note, we are setting it very straight, that Biafra stretch all the way to the present Kogi state, the lower Kogi, and stretch again all the way to Benue state, the lower Benue. All those land and those particular place is where we are going to take back. And if they don't want to be part of us, it is going to be based on referendum. Nobody, not British, have the right to decide who become Biafra and who don't become Biafra. We will continue to show our readiness to exit Nigeria by 2023 through different means, multi-dimensional approach. The recent political event in Nigeria, the insecurities, the military siege, the terrorist siege, the way our land has been invaded, have further widened the debate on the inevitability of the sovereign nation breakup amongst its major ethnic groups. Therefore, from tonight, anywhere you see any state actors, be it those military from Niger, because we have the intel that they have hired mercenaries from Niger and they are in Biafra land dying one by one. From tonight, the Biafra people taking this particular liberation of Biafra to a different level. And after the elapse of our ultimatum that you must leave our land and the liberation have started. From tonight, anywhere you see state actors, be it paramilitary, be it military, whether they are non-actors and non-state actors because they are now declared terrorists. Anywhere you see the herdsmen carrying AK-47 in our land, anywhere you see bandits, confront them from tonight. Anywhere you see them in Biafra land, confront them from tonight. We have entered the liberation phase of Biafra. It is going to be from this night till Biafra is restored by 2023. Number two, from tonight, the enforcement of open grazing, ban on open grazing in Biafra land start from tonight. Any cows you see anywhere, especially in our farmland, from tonight in Biafra land, bring them down. We ban any movement of any cow in Biafra. From today, we may have issues with sorry about that particular interruption. You know, we are back, and sorry about that particular interruption on this particular program today. We are going to take one at a time, our resolve from tonight. From tonight, the enforcement on the ban on open grazing take effect, starting from this night. And of course, to show our readiness to leave Nigeria by 2023, to continue to show our readiness to break away from Nigeria by 2023, from tonight, we declare every military, police, and the custom checkpoint in Biafra land a terrorist zone. We don't want to see any checkpoint of any military, any police, any custom in the entire Biafra territory. Reasons are these, because when we tell you, we give you reasons. The reasons are, we have now confirmed that most of the military checkpoint, most of the police checkpoint, most of the custom checkpoint are where the kidnapping are taking place. They kidnap every 2 kilometers away from the military checkpoint. Our people are being abducted right behind the military checkpoint. So we are going to know, and we are going to fight the Fulani bandit. Any military checkpoint from tonight, as we have entered the liberation of Biafra, will be regarded as terrorist zone. This particular information, take it very important, because every kidnapping has taken place in military checkpoint. The story, the witnesses, the eyewitnesses, the victim, all the victim of Biafra people, all the Biafra people that have been victim of the terrorist kidnapping, those that have paid 100 million and all that, they have all been abducted 1 kilometer away from the military checkpoint. So on this note, every military checkpoint in Biafra now from tonight is confirmed and will be regarded as terrorist zone. Do not take this declaration as a joke. From tonight, we hereby suspend and ban every use of siren. Siren. The use of siren from tonight is hereby banned in Biafra territory. We have entered the liberation, and this liberation involves armed struggle. The armed struggle is that we are now declaring the armed struggle for Biafra. Our freedom can never ever be exchanged for anything. Anybody that is using siren, you will have the Biafra people to contend with. This particular declaration has become very necessary so that we know how to protect and defend our land. Siren, from all these evil politicians and corrupt politicians with their escort, is hereby banned from tonight. If you use your siren, you will be a target for Biafra people. The oppression of the terrorist group called Ebubago, the oppression of the terrorist group called AVG, or any other nomenclature in Biafra land from tonight is hereby banned. Anybody or any person or any group parading himself or themselves as a Bubago or AVG or any nomenclature is from tonight declared terrorists, because they have killed and maimed our people while every other person watch, while the governors watch, while the politicians watch, while the government enjoyed the killings. The latest killing was about the 14 people that was murdered in Imo State. So for that reason, if from tonight Anywhere you see them, engage them. This is the declaration that the Biafra people have made from tonight. Anywhere we see them, they will be treated as the enemy of Biafra. Going forward, to continue to show the readiness of Biafra people to leave Nigeria by 2023, due to the high level of insecurity in Biafra land, which exposes the life of our people to danger. The gathering of people in Biafra land is hereby suspended. Gathering. Political campaign is hereby banned in Biafra land. I am telling you the fact. This is the resolve of Biafra people. Political campaign from tonight is hereby banned. And what we are going to do is this. Any day, any political campaign anywhere in the old Eastern region will be sit at home. It does not matter where that sit at home is being observed. I want you to pay attention very, very attentively. It does not matter where that particular ringing bell. If I look on news, it is bell. If I look social media, it is problem. Eh? When I should be drinking coffee, they will make me to come online. They don't want to have me to rest. But you know what? You know what? The spirit in me, the Biafra spirit in me, I said, when I told you, if Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is looking for 100 people, I promise that I have 50 in me. You have not seen anything. It is not by my power. It is not by my power. It is not by my power. But, you know, as an my own oru, I am a rocha. You understand? Till Biafra come. But today you are going to receive sense. The crypto, Nigeria crypto. As they are crippling your economy, they close border. They closed the border. ESN came out automatically, you know, weaponized. It shocked them. It shocked them. They said, this border no work. This close of border no work. Now, how do we stop the funding now of this Sunday or Igbo? How do we stop the contribution? Let us stop the crypto. Because they were following Nigerians, southern Nigerians. Use crypto. We should open crypto. Crypto. We use crypto. Don't use the Western Union. Don't use this. They say, so these people are doing crypto. Okay, let us slash them. Bah! They are not considering the economic impact of crypto. No. They are not considering how much the crypto is bringing to Nigeria economy. Their agenda is not to make Nigeria progress. No. They have a better agenda. Now you get the point. Now you get the point. My only problem is that why is it that you must wait? Was Thomas born in Nigeria? Is Thomas a Nigerian? Is Thomas in the Bible in Nigeria? Are you a lineage of Thomas? Are you a lineage of Thomas? All of you have Thomas blood in your vein. How did you get Thomas blood in your vein? That it must happen to you first before you understand. We hear more in Anubia. You hear more kind of man. Woo! When we are telling you, you don't know, we are telling you, even we are not prophets, but everything we have said, everything we open this mouth to say, if it don't happen today, it will happen tomorrow. I want you to go from the beginning of this struggle. From the beginning. In fact, even the one that we are not sure of, once God asks us to say it, we will say it and God will do it. Hey! I said, did you see the prayer? May God harden the heart of the leaders in Nigeria so that we will tell them, the world may know that Obi is no longer a boy. I remember when we used to read the history of the Greeks, the Greek gods. I don't know, of course you don't read all those things in Africa. Of every Biafra person. If Mazi Nnamdi Kanu cannot get justice, nobody will get justice.
The history of the Greek gods, Medusa. They say Medusa is she look at when you look at Medusa, you turn into she would dry you and you become stone. Medusa have snake, you know, her hair. Medusa's hair is snake.
We are going to take the awareness for the freedom of Biafra people to the next level. The media awareness, we are taking it to the next level. I want you to understand that from today, the broadcast for the Biafra liberation and the freedom have changed. And like I promised Biafra people yesterday, that we are going to step up our game since we are now in the international stage in this liberation. Everybody is talking about it. It is time to bring the plight of the Biafra people to the world. We have preached to the Biafra people from the local level. We have preached to the people in Nigeria. We have preached to the indigenous people in Nigeria. We have preached to the African people. We are now preaching to Europeans. We are now preaching to Americans. We are now preaching to Asians. We are now preaching to those who are interested, who want to save the life of indigenous people in Nigeria, so that Nigeria will not use the Taliban of Nigeria to kill everybody and turn Nigeria into Islamic State. We are going to fight. We are Christians, and we have what we call the dangerous diversity in Nigeria, and a very destructive diversity that can never work. Today, we are going to bring our plight to the world from what is happening in Munich, or what happened in Munich, where they have what we call the Munich Security Conference about the Ukraine war, you know, and the NATO membership of the NATO, and you know, the crisis around the world, especially within Europe. So we are going to analyze some of these videos from this Munich conference, where they are discussing the freedom of people in Europe, where they are discussing the security of people in Europe. So I want to learn from there, and then I will use it to, you know, do some things from the perspective of the Biafra people. We are all human beings. If you can fight for Ukraine, if Russia invade Ukraine, you have to fight for Biafra, as Nigeria has invaded Biafra. If you say that the Russia has breached and violated the law, Nigeria also has violated the law, the international law. Nigeria has violated the United Nations human rights, which they are also signatory to. Nigeria has violated the law just as Russia. And on that ground, we are opting out. We are saying that what Nigeria is parading to the world as a democratic process, they call it a general election, is not a democratic process. And that is why the Biafra people are going to not allow Nigeria to conduct election in its territory, because the election of Nigeria is not a democratic process. There is nothing democratic when you have 400,000 Boko Haram in the Nigeria army or police to come to Biafra land and lay a siege and ask people to come out and vote. That is not a democratic process. It is worse than what is going on in Ukraine. So on that ground, Biafran people are only requesting the opportunity to have a true democratic process, which is what we call the referendum. So by the time we succeed in stopping Nigeria from conducting this election in Biafran territory, we are going to now begin to demand and have what we call the referendum that will give every person the right to participate and decide their future, whether they want to be part of a terrorist country or not, whether they want to be part of a country that have committed crime globally, whether they want to be part of a country that all they do is to breed criminals, and whether they want to be part of a country that everything innovation has been abolished, and they have adopted what we call the Sunni, which is that they abolish everything innovation. We are innovative, and we don't want to be part of a country where they are abolishing innovation and they're adopting what we call Sunni. So this particular diversity is very dangerous and very destructive, that it must end this year. If it did not end this year, we may find ourselves in the position or the situation like the Afghanistan people, and at the end of the day, the Taliban will take over. I want to inform you today, those of you listening from Europe, from America, that some of you that are into security issues, you know that Nigeria has always, tried to rehabilitate terrorists, and they will now, recruit them into the security agencies. When you come to Africa with African mentality and the ideology of terrorists, you cannot recruit terrorists and rehabilitate them within 6 months, and you say you are now recruiting them into Nigeria security apparatus, and you allow us, you expect us to keep quiet and want to, live our life in a country like that? No, we want to stop Afghanistan template that is being played in Nigeria. In Afghanistan, it took them 20 years. America pumped money for good over 20 years. At the end of the day, they defeated everybody and they took over Afghanistan. We cannot just watch and look at Afghanistan repeating in Nigeria. Why you put our life in danger in the name of politics? Why you put our life in danger in the name of democracy? There is no democracy in Nigeria. We are fighting for the true democracy, and that is why we will not allow this fraudulent election to hold in Biafra land. If you support this election, you are fighting against democracy. If you support this election, you are fighting against justice. If you support this election, you are fighting against fairness. In Nigeria, after you go into the poll to vote, the court of the Fulani will give a decision and decide who will become the chairman, or who will become the governor, or who will become even the president. So we do not want to validate Nigeria again, and we are making this position very clear to the international community. We are saying that Nigeria are bringing over 400,000 security personnel to force Biafra into election, and we are not going to allow that. So if you are coming from the Western world to be an observer in Biafra land, you may end up witnessing a war of separation. And because when these 400,000 policemen come to Biafra, they are not coming for peace. They are coming to kill our young men, kill our children, kill our women, burn our houses, and we cannot put our hand and watch. So we're going to fight back. So if you are coming to Biafra land in the name of observer, just be very security conscious, because you may end up coming to observe war between Nigeria and Biafra, because they are going to come in our land to fight war with 400,000 policemen that they could not provide when the Fulanis are killing our people. They could not provide the security when their sponsored jihadists and terrorists come to our land to kill. Today, they are deploying 400,000 policemen to conduct election. It is unacceptable. And Biafra people have made up their mind. I am just a spokesperson for the Biafra people, and I'm telling them they are right, and they are agreeing to that information, and agreeing to the advice and the directive I'm giving to them as the spokesperson of Biafra people. So today, we are going to listen from our own other people from the European Union side, from NATO, from the security conference that is happening in Munich, and we are going to get and borrow some word, and add it to what we are doing. People to understand that we are not just coming to social media to rant, but rather we have come for a just cause and a just fight to freedom. That's all. We are not interested in any other thing other than referendum for the Biafra people. The time is now. All right, I welcome you for this opening speech. A lot of issues have been touched and addressed. You are watching live and direct on Enter Biafra Channel 1, live and direct on Enter Biafra 97.5 FM in Biafra land. You're watching live and direct on other auto-piloted IPOB platform. I want everybody to pay attention to what I'm about to do this evening.
You confirmed this U.S. support, but we all know next year the United States will enter into an election campaign. We are in a democracy. We know which side of the aisle the result will be. How sure are you that, or certain are you that what you have said, that Putin, who wants to wait us out, that the end will not succeed?
Thank you, Christoph. As I said, I believe, and I believe the American people understand the stakes. And the stakes being our moral interest and our strategic interest.
Our moral interest, our strategic interest. I want you to listen to this. Our moral interest. In Biafra today, within the Nigeria state,
Vice President, thank
our
you for
fight
this
now
very,
is
very
a fight
strong
for
speech,
our
this
moral
commitment
interest,
to
morality,
transatlantic
moral
unity,
interest.
this commitment
It's
to the
something.
support
We are not
of
different humans.
Ukraine, and we
The
have
same
many
humans in
representatives
America,
from
we
Ukraine
are
here
all
in
the
the
same.
room, and
They are not more
they
better than us.
certainly were
If America
reassured by what you
can
have
fight
said.
for their moral
Let
interest,
me ask
Biafra
you,
people have started fighting for their
you
moral
confirmed
interest,
this
starting from
U.S.
this year.
support, but we all know next year the United
Our
States...
moral interest is constantly being violated in Nigeria by the Nigeria state because of the differences in diversity. So we want to fight to also protect our moral interest. And our moral interest can only be protected as an independent state where we can practice this democracy to the fullest. Thank you.
States will enter into an election campaign. We are in a democracy. We know which side of the aisle the result will be. How sure are you that, how certain are you that what you have said, that Putin, who wants to wait us out, that in the end he will not succeed?
Thank you, Christoph. As I said, I believe, and I believe the American people understand the stakes. And the stakes being our moral interest and our strategic interest.
Our moral interest and our strategic interest. Like I said before, I want to borrow something from them. I want to lend this their, what they are saying, because this is now the highest level, of international politics. So what we do now is to protect our moral interest. Our moral interest has been violated, has been rubbished in Nigeria. Nigeria do not have any moral, they don't protect any moral interest of any ethnic group in Nigeria. They do not protect any moral interest of any ethnic nationality in Nigeria. And the time has come that we begin to adopt the West style of civilization. So we are also demanding that our interests, our moral interests, will be protected. And the only place it can be protected is in Biafra nation, where we have where our diversity is completely dissolved, and we can progress and build our nation as people with the same cultural value, with the same moral value system, with everything the same. We have no same moral value system with the northern Nigeria. We do not have anything in common. In fact, it is 1,000 poles apart, clashing of interest. So when you are trying to protect your moral value in the Nigeria, where a northerner is a jihadist, where the whole system has been Fulanized, it does not work. They look for you to kill. Now I am preaching that our people need to have freedom, and they are placing $100,000 bounty on my head. As you can see, they have increased the money from $50,000 to $100,000 because I am asking for freedom. The moral value system can never be protected in Nigeria. And the picture here explains it. Nigeria retirees and European retirees. This cannot be accepted anymore. We want to give our retirees a good life and a better standard of living. We cannot continue to allow retirees to live like animals, like you see them sitting on the street, while in Europe, retirees are well treated and have people taking care of them. We want a Biafra where this moral value that has been bastardized, as you can see in the picture, will be respected and protected. Thank you, and let us continue.
I will tell you, I travel around the United States, and I have seen the Ukrainian flag fly in places most of you have probably never heard of in the United States.
Biafra flag will be next. Ukrainian flag is flying in most places where everybody did not, where most of people didn't know they exist. And I just pray that we did not go to the point where the Biafra flag have to fly everywhere in America before our freedom will be given to us.
In storefronts.
Because it can be avoided by just requesting for referendum and everybody will vote. And after that, everybody will go to his house and answer his father's name.
In front of homes, people proudly wearing, Americans proudly wearing the colors of Ukraine. The American people are aware of the images of Bucha. The American people take great pride in a fight for independence.
American people take great pride in a fight for independence. I want you to understand that it is not only America that take great pride in a fight for independence. Biafra people are just as human beings as American people, and we have decided to emulate you by taking pride in the fight for independence. And this is not independent of another country. We are not taking pride in fighting for independence of another country. Rather, we are taking pride now in the fight of our own independence, of our own life, of our own future. And we are appealing to you, if this comes to your table, because it is going to come, by the time Biafra succeed in stopping this particular fraud called election, it will come to your table. When it comes to your table, please remember that we want to emulate you by taking pride in fighting for freedom that is not for another people, but for ourselves and for our future. Please, this is a plea and appeal I am making to America and to the world, that America should not be the only country that will fight and get pride in fighting for freedom. We are not fighting for another country freedom. We are not taking pride in that. We don't have the capacity to do that yet, but at least we are taking pride, the Biafra people, in standing very tall against Nigeria to fight for our own freedom. And that's what we are starting from this year. And so this coming week may not be very funny to the world.
That being part of the foundation of our nation and our principles and values. I think about where the United States is going on this issue based on the track record of where we've been.
This is exactly the track record of where America has been. I am not here to talk against America, but we can see the track record in Afghanistan. We have seen the track record, okay? We've seen the track record in Libya. We've seen the track record in Iraq. We've seen the track record in Syria, okay? That is not to say that whatever they did that time was wrong, but it's a track record we are talking about, right? And we have been killed in millions. America supported it at some point. In the 60s, during Biafra War, we were killed. America, the world, watched how they starved us to death. And Biafra people, children, died in their millions. And that war has not ended. It still continues. The starvation has not ended. It still continues. So this particular broadcast today is going to be very short, so that the world will understand that we have a problem, and when this problem needs to be solved. We do not need to go into war to solve it. There is possibility that your action and not overlooking Africa will solve this problem without gun battle. But the point I'm trying to make today as a representative of Biafra people is that Biafra is also ready to go the round for the second time, if that is what it takes. Those people that are making comments on social media, they are just minority. They have access to the internet and they can make noise on social media. Those people following P2B and co, they just have access to the internet. They are ignorant of their own problem. And the majority of America did not agree for America to go to Afghanistan. There are opposition parties that did not accept American invasion in Iraq. There are opposition political parties that did not accept America going to invade Syria. There are opposition political parties and Americans, millions, that did not agree with Obama when Obama invaded Libya. It is normal. So the question here is that the majority of Biafra people want to leave Nigeria. So P2B, as a single person who does not have anything to offer, cannot be a distraction to whether our moral interests should be protected outside Nigeria or not. To know whether our future should be protected outside Nigeria or not. I want to send this thing, and I'm expecting that one day this whole thing will escalate if you people do not want to intervene and solve it now that it has not escalated. Because definitely, you know, freedom, everybody knows freedom is not given, it is taken. Just like the Ukrainians are taking their own by force against Russia, we are going to take our own also against Nigeria. And we are doing that already. It is important that this particular coming week, that Nigeria is planning to murder our people by deploying 400,000 policemen. These policemen are security agencies. Some of them are ex-Boko Haram members that they have recruited, rehabilitated according to them, and recruited into the system. And they are not coming to Biafra land to, you know, follow the rule of engagement or follow the rule of law. They are coming to kill. They are coming to cause chaos. They are coming to cause crisis. And the ignorant people will say, oh, you are the one causing it because you are agitating and fighting for your freedom. Is that a justification to come and start killing innocent people because Simon Ekpa is preaching the freedom of Biafra? Do you justify that? I want everybody to know that this message today must be caught and edited and shared and let it go to the world. We are going to broadcast it. Share it to all medias that you know, so they understand that we are not shaking. We are going to stand on our ground of no election, only referendum will be allowed in Biafra land. And next week, Biafra people are going to speak. We are going to speak in a very strong voice that will shock the world.
You only have to look at where we were a year ago and where we are today in terms of the contributions and resources that America has put into everything from ammunition to artillery to air defense.
Sometimes these ammunitions and defense goes into the wrong hand. I'm not talking about Ukraine, but I'm talking from the history. We have the same value system with America. Why are you not giving us arms to defend ourselves against terrorist and jihadist government? Why do you have to give arms to people that do not have the same faith with you? I'm not talking about Ukraine. And don't get me wrong. I'm talking about the past and previous investment of America in Arab countries. Why do you go to support Afghanistan Taliban? Why do you go to give arms to them? You don't have the same faith. You don't have the same cultural value system. You don't even have the same moral interest. Your moral interests are not the same. Why do you choose to fund and arm them, you know, for whatever reason, and now we are now in a state of anarchy in our land against Nigeria? Nigeria state is coming and committing genocide in our land, killing us just because we want to demand our right to govern ourselves. We want to demand independence. Just want to enjoy, just like Ukraine has been. We want to do and live like the people in Europe. Is that a crime? The investment you can do that will benefit you will be the only investment America and Europe can do now is to support Biafra exit from Nigeria. We have the resources, we have the minerals, we have whatever you think, we have the brain. And working with Biafra people will be the best thing for global peace. For peace in Africa, for peace in the Sahel, so that the influx of immigrants from Africa, which is mainly being supplied by Nigeria, to Europe will reduce. Once that reduces, it will reduce the crime. that Nigerians are committing all over the world. So it is for your interest. And I will, at this juncture, bring a video of this man who also lamented how the Boko Haram will take over Nigeria and will turn Nigeria, and they make Nigeria safe haven, and at the end of the day they are going to attack America. With the emergence of Biafra as a nation, they can never succeed in attacking America. So I want everybody to watch.
They're willing to cooperate because of that, because they know each other, because there's some tribal ties and engagements that allow them to work together, whereas in other parts of the world they have different objectives and a little bit different view, and so that tends to bring Islamic State and Al-Qaeda into conflict. Here they're able to overcome that, and that's what, and work for a common purpose in their mind. Very good. It was nice. I think long term, and we don't know when this will happen, but long term they want to establish themselves, they want to establish a caliphate, and they are willing, we know they have not only the desire but the will to attack the United States and the West.
You see, in the long time, they don't know when this is going to be. They don't know when this is going to be, but in the long time, they know that they're going to attack the United States and the West. I didn't say it. It is coming from a general who has been in the Sahel region. So let us listen to him again.
I think long term, and we don't know when this will happen, but long term they want to establish themselves, they want to establish a caliphate, and they are willing, we know they have not only the desire but the will to attack the United States and the West.
When they establish the caliphate, once they found Nigeria a safe haven, establish a caliphate, they are going to attack America and the West. That is what we are fighting for. You see? So when you disintegrate Nigeria, you have disintegrated this threat that is a futuristic threat that is posing to against America and the West. So I want everybody to understand that when we are fighting for our freedom, we are fighting for the safety of Europe and the safety of America. Because once they succeed in taking Nigeria, just like they take Afghanistan, that is the end. You are all going to be in hell, waiting for any day that the caliphate from Nigeria will come to Europe and attack you. They are going to be sponsoring terrorists into Europe, and it is going to happen, but we are going to stop them this year.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats now so we can prepare the room for the next session.
World for your Ukraine policy.
I think, should I start, my dear? Yeah. I think it is important that we're very clear about what this Russian war is. It is about Putin's imperialistic plans. And this is something where all of us, and mainly the Global South, have a very, it is completely unacceptable. And countries on the other side have a bitter and long-standing experience. First you send your negotiators in, then you send, they see that the experts are being sent in, and then it's the mercenaries that are being sent in. So what we have to do is not only explain that we will never ever accept this imperialistic war, we will never ever accept that Putin is trampling on the international law that protects all of us, that the UN Charter, that is also in the interest, I mean it's in the interest of every single country, is being treated so disrespectful, and that we will never accept that today you can send tanks just across the border to invade a country.
And I want to also remind the European Union that everything that they have said here, the Nigerian government has done it in Biafra land. Nigeria government has breached and violated all available international law. They have committed extraordinary rendition, kidnapping Mazi Nnamdi Kanu from Kenya because Africa is corrupt and nobody is talking. And Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is a British citizen, and they kidnap him from Kenya, rendition him, torture him for 8 days, subject him to all manner of degrading treatment and human rights abuse and torture, and sent him to Nigeria and incarcerated him. It didn't end there. I want to inform the European Union that in addition to this, the United Nations Arbitrary Committee on against torture and arbitrary detention also have issued ultimatum to the Nigeria state to release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu within 6 months and compensate him. 6 months has expired. Nigeria violated that particular directive from the United Nations. I want to inform Europe that Nigeria government have committed as worse crime than Russia Putin against the Biafra people. The only difference here is that Biafra at this day is still within the Nigeria state, and they are sending the military and tanks to Biafra land within Nigeria to kill their own citizens. The difference here is that while Putin is sending military tanks across border, Nigeria is sending military tanks within its own border as Nigeria state, and they are killing their own citizens and nobody is talking. So I want the Europe to understand that Nigeria state has committed worse crime. The number of deaths being recorded in Nigeria every day at number 100 times the number of deaths being recorded in Ukraine, with all the military strike and the tanks that Russia is sending to Ukraine. So I want this particular record to be very straight, that impunity, civil war is ongoing in Nigeria, and the Biafra people cannot take it anymore. And we do not want to be part of a country like that again. There is no plan for development. There is no plan for innovative future in Nigeria. Everything is going down, and their plan is just to Islamize us and turn us into caliphate. And we are not going to accept that kind of arrangement. You cannot force us to change our faith from Christian to caliphate, to Muslims. We are not Muslims. We are very, very different people. Our cultures are different, languages are different, everything is different. So, and this particular issue that is happening today, the crisis in Nigeria, is a long time coming. It's a history that we have. We cannot continue to overlook this historic mistake and miscarriage of justice against the Biafra people, and we are going to go into the poll this coming week to validate Nigeria again. So we are putting this to the notice to the Americans, to Europeans, to understand that we are also human beings fighting for our future, fighting for right to live, fighting for right to existence, fighting for the right to practice our faith and religion, fighting for the right to participate in a democratic process that is globally acceptable. And the democratic process starts by allowing the people to choose how they want to live their life freely. And if you cannot allow them to choose, then you are inviting anarchy, and they have to revolt against the system. And that is happening already. So let us continue.
And this is something which my experience in the last 12 months needs a lot of just work, to work together with the Global South, to make understood our point of view, but also to work with them on dealing with the knock-on effect of this atrocious war. This is the food crisis. This is the energy crisis. And that we do our utmost to deal with the knock-on effects in a way that the Global South does not suffer too much from Putin's war of aggression. This is our task. It's hard work, but it's absolutely worth it.
Prime Minister Marin, somebody as cult a hero around the world as President Lula of Brazil also doesn't believe in the intervention that you all have taken in NATO against, as you described, the illegal invasion of one country by a bigger country. So, as Commissioner von der Leyen says, we will never support this. We understand their historic issues. How do you see...
Now, this is another comment from another country president that they will never support this that they understand the historical issue. The question I want to ask to America, to Europe today, what do you know about Nigeria historical issues? What do you know? How conversant are you with the Nigeria historical issues? How conversant are you with the formation of Nigeria? How conversant are you with the Biafra plight in Nigeria? How conversant are you with all these historical issues about Nigeria, and how do you intend to deal with it? Because it is all about now historical, that they know historical issues. So I hope that you are all aware of the historical issues when it comes to Nigeria, because from next week, it is going to be an escalation. And that escalation will definitely call your attention that you start talking about it. So I hope that when this time comes, you are going to know the historical issues of Nigeria, because the discussion will be coming from that particular perspective, the historical issue in Nigeria. Very, very important. Right, let us continue.
Trying to convince others of the justness of your cause.
The war in Ukraine, it's not only an issue for Europe, it's the issue for the whole world. And that's because there's a war of values going on. Authoritarian...
Exactly the same thing, my Prime Minister. What we are fighting for has become the fight for value. Everything has to do with value. Value system. Now, do you have the same value system with the caliphate? The answer is no. Do you have the same value system with the jihadists? The answer is no. The only people that you have the same value system with are the Igbos, are the Biafrans, are the Afiks, are all the other ethnic groups that comprise the Biafra people. These are the people that you have the same value system with. You do not have value system with the Fulanis, with the nomadic terrorists. You do not have the same value system with these jihadists. You do not have the same value system with the Taliban of Nigeria. So you have the same value system with us. And it is the same clash of interests that have subjugated us into this slavery by mistake because of the British interest. Britain left European Union and they voted, and a lot of people in Britain voted against leaving the European Union. The same thing is happening in Biafra today. Some people, if you ask them question, are you sitting at home? No, I'm not sitting at home because I want Biafra. They are forcing me. But you want Biafra? Yes. The same thing is happening in Europe. The same thing has happened to the United Kingdom. The same thing will continue to happen, and it is normal in democracy. Some people will agree, some people will not agree. But at the end of the day, the majority carries the vote. During the time the United Kingdom was exiting the European Union, a lot of people in the United Kingdom objected it. Even to today, some people are still objecting it, that it was not the right decision to do. Yet, they exited. We are asking to have the same right of existence, that we respect our right and our value. Why I'm making this broadcast today is that it is going to go down in history. In the next coming week, it will be unbelievable. And your attention must be called when the time comes next week. So you have to learn to respect our own value and our own right to protect that particular value system, the interest that follows it. That's all I'm preaching. And that's why I have invested and sacrificed my life, put my life in danger to make sure that I educate my people that they have a choice. They have a choice not to validate Nigeria this coming weekend. And they have agreed that they are not going to validate Nigeria. So if Nigeria is bringing security agents to kill us like they do in the past, we have already arms, which we have been using to defend ourselves. We are going to defend the land of Biafra. And it will not end well.
Countries are raising their heads. They are raising their heads against the international rule-based order. And this is a problem for everyone. When Russia attacked Ukraine, it violated all the rules, all the agreements it has itself been committed to before.
Exactly the same thing. When Nigeria went to Kenya to kidnap a British citizen who happen to come from Biafra land, they violated every international agreement. When Nigeria refused to obey United Nations Arbitrary Committee, they violated the international law. A violation of the law is a violation of the law. Law is law. Violation of international treaty, violation of international instrument, violation of international agreement is a violation of international agreement. Cross-border crime. A cross-border crime is a cross-border crime. Nigeria have committed that crime. Nigeria have disobeyed the United Nations. They have no regard to international agreement. They have no regard to international law. And we cannot choose to continue to live a life like that. So we want to enjoy the same right, just like every one of you in the European Union.
And this is a problem for everyone, because then we will only see decades of this kind of behavior ahead of us if Ukraine doesn't win the war and if we don't stand behind our values and the international rule-based order. So I think...
That is it. Ukraine is definitely going to win the war because they are fighting for their right. So they are definitely going to win the war. But we are also standing behind our value. Our Prime Minister, a very, very brilliant lady, she is speaking the mind, just like, every, in an average thing. They pour out their heart when they talk. So she's speaking it the way it is. We stand strongly, behind our value system. And that is what is driving and propelling Simon Ekpa to do what he is doing today. And I'm not going to stop. Rather, I am increasing the tempo. This fire is increasing. And by tomorrow, from tomorrow going forward, the fire will go to the highest degree. Because I am standing very strongly behind my values, which is not the same with the caliphate that are ruling Nigeria and the bandits that are ruling Nigeria.
This is a larger issue than just issue for Europe, just issue for Ukraine. And we have to do utmost to make sure that Ukraine will win and that we will preserve this system of rules that we have created together. And there was a reason why this was created. The wars before, world wars that we have seen, and it was devastating. Yeah. And that's why we built a system where we can negotiate, where we can build peace.
Exactly. The reason all these things were, put in place, NATO, United Nations, is because of the devastated war that were fought. So the world came together to look for a way to negotiate for peace. Today, there is still that opportunity to negotiate for peace in Nigeria. And the only thing that will bring this peace in Nigeria is this particular disintegration, to disintegrate these our differences. Is that too much to ask? That is the work of the United Nations. The crisis in Nigeria, the terrorism in Nigeria that is being funded by a particular region from the north, have to end. How do you end it? Look at what is the cause of this terrorism in Nigeria? The cause is that the jihadists, the caliphate, want to take over Nigeria. In case you do not know the reason why they want to take over Nigeria, I want to bring it to the table because we need to know the causes of what is happening. I want everybody to pay attention to this particular video. Now, why are we, why is this issue of disintegration of Nigeria have to happen? And why should the United Nations intervene? The reason is here.
Hello and welcome to A Spirited Debate. I'm Lauren Green. Boko Haram has been terrorizing Nigeria's Christian community for years now, victimizing those who would stand in the group's way of creating an Islamic State. Christian Solidarity International is on the ground in Nigeria, working with victims to give them support they need. Franco Mayok is the program manager of Nigeria's projects and joins me now to explain the religious tensions smoldering in this region. Welcome.
Thank you so much.
You know, the interesting thing about Boko Haram, which I didn't know before, is that they really come out of Sudan. This is, and we know the strife that was in Sudan, where they broke the country in two. So explain where they come from.
Well, I can put it this way. Nigeria, after independence, the first two missions they have, one was in London and one was in New York. The third mission after that was in Sudan. And there is a reason for that. Sudan is the shortcut to Mecca. Someone from Nigeria, they go through Chad and go to Sudan and then go to the Mecca for the pilgrim.
The Mecca, to go to
the
Mecca,
yes.
Right.
And because of that, there are a lot of Nigerians who go to Sudan on the way to Mecca. And when they come back and they are poor, they stay there. And Sudan become their own country. Now, when the Islamic government come to Sudan in 1998, and their agenda was to Islamize the Sudan in general, they were working with Nigerians. They were working with Osama bin Laden. When Osama bin Laden was pushed out from Sudan, he took with him one group of the terror, and then another group left in Sudan, and the third group was sent out to disturb the neighboring country. Part of those groups were Boko Haram, who were sent to Nigeria. And the idea is Sudan believed that the people who are ruling Nigeria now are not extremely enough, like the way it used to be. So the Boko Haram, people who start Boko Haram, they did the training in Khartoum with Osama bin Laden, and then they were sent to Nigeria.
I hope you are listening. And one of the person who is the founder of this Boko Haram now is running to become the vice president of Tinubu. And in a such system, when this information is out there and it's a fact, he still have that right to participate in a democratic process. So how do you justify, that he wants us to go into a poll, into a democratic process where a founder of a terrorist group is running to become the vice president? Is that the kind of country you want to be part of? Because even if he did not succeed in becoming the vice president, he still have a very much influence in the system. How should we continue to be like that? So I want everybody to understand where the problem of Nigeria is coming from, and of course, the kind of dangerous diversity that we have, and we must make sure that this diversity is disintegrated for peace. And this is where European Union, who knows the importance of NATO and the United Nations, should step in and understand that the purpose of forming this organization is for global peace. And for global peace, and for peace to come to Nigeria and Sahel and West Africa, Nigeria needs to be dissolved. People should be given the opportunity to vote and participate in a true democratic process called the referendum.
So there's all Al-Qaeda ties.
It's all Al-Qaeda. Boko Haram is the Taliban of Nigeria.
Boko Haram is the Taliban of Nigeria. And today, Taliban has taken over Afghanistan, and they are now planning how to take over the Nigeria because they have infiltrated all the security agencies in Nigeria.
This is the way I can put it.
Who are these people that become members of Boko Haram? Who are they? Are they disenfranchised? Or are they educated? Or are they unemployed? Who are they?
These are coming from the two tribes in Nigeria, Fulani and Hausa tribe. Those are Muslim. And you can see in Nigeria, bordering to Chad, there is a state called Borno. Those people, it's easy for them to cross to Chad and go to Sudan and go to the Mecca. And when they come back, in 1998, the Sudan government opened up the scholarship for the young Nigerians to go for education. But those people were sent to the training camp to be terror. So they are the young Nigerians who are educated, who go to Sudan and they pretend they are going for a scholarship, and they were trained there and then sent back to Nigeria.
And these are the Boko Haram?
And those are the Boko Haram members.
From January 2012 to July of 2013, Boko Haram bombed, burned, or attacked 50 churches, killing at least 366. Why are they going after Christians?
They believe that they should be the one to rule the Nigeria, especially when Goodluck Johnson, the president, who is the president of Nigeria currently, is a Christian from the south. And I think that set them off, that how could the Christian be a president in the country where there is a Muslim? They believe that.
Now, that is the problem. That, make them kick off. How could a Christian be president in a country, in Nigeria, where there are Muslims? Now, these people are shouting P2B, P2B, P2B. And what happened to Goodluck Jonathan? P2B own Of course, that is not even happening, but just to tell you that it will be worse, if not what we are doing today. It will be worse because the same Boko Haram is there. Shetima is there. All the people that are funding Boko Haram, they are very, very intact in Nigeria. And so, if you renew this agreement, you are going to have worse situation than what they did to Jonathan. They will destabilize the country and you are going to be a slave for a very long time. And we don't want to follow you, your stupid self, into this particular stupid decision. That's why majority of Biafra have decided that coming week, nobody will go out to vote in Biafra land. I want you people to listen to what has happened to you before. You are going to do something to renew it again so that it will happen to you the second time. And the second time, you may not survive it.
The country should be ruled by Sharia law. And if you can see to Nigeria, the 12 states in the north, they apply the Sharia law in the country. Even though there are minority Muslims who live with them, Christian, but still they apply the Sharia law. So to them is that they should take all the Nigerian to be ruled by Islamic law. So,
are you hearing that? The agenda is to take all the Nigerians to be ruled by Islamic law. That is the reason why in all political parties, they fixed themselves. In PDP, they are the presidential candidate. In APC, they are the vice presidential candidate. In Labour Party, they are the vice presidential candidate. They have succeeded in fixing themselves in all the political parties. Just whoever win, it is a win for them. Whoever lose is a win for them. How do you continue in a country like that? I just want the European Union to understand in case they pretend not to know.
Not use violence against each other, wars, attack another country to make a stand or gain something.
And to that end, when you came into office, as early as this time last year, you were saying that Finland would not want to join NATO. And then a month later was the invasion, and now obviously you're trying to join NATO. There is a little bit of a kerfuffle with Turkey deciding whether it's going to approve or not. We understood from the Secretary General of NATO that maybe now there will be separate tracks. Do you expect to join NATO separately, or are you committed to trying to join it together with Sweden?
When the war started 24th of February last year, and now we're heading towards very sad anniversary, 1-year anniversary of the war just next week, it was obvious that Finland will join NATO. It was obvious at the same day when Russia attacked Ukraine. The Finnish mindset, the most important thing for Finnish people is to make sure that we are independent, we are secure, we have a sovereign country, we can make our own decisions.
Are you hearing it? The most important thing for Finnish people is that we are independent, we are secured. We can make our own decision, and you can see that in my life today. You can see that in my life. I am also a Finnish person. And I want to bring this particular life back to my people. So we don't become dependent, on any nation. The reason I want to bring this video to you today is for you to understand that when I say I am made in Biafra, nurtured in Finland, and also trained in Finland, is that I did not just live in this country like a Nigerian, because I can't be proud to live even when I have not joined Biafra. Proud to be living in a country as a Nigerian. If you live in a country as a Nigerian, you are a criminal, because Nigeria, what they do is to commit crime. I didn't live in this country as a Nigerian. I live in this country, and I integrated, and the system assimilated into me. So I want you to look at and listen to what our Prime Minister is saying about the Finn, and you understand from where and you understand why I am pain in the ass of whoever that has tampered with the security, with the freedom of my people. Now you understand why I'm doing what I'm doing. And if you think that you are going to force me to step down on what I'm doing, my brother, I said I am nurtured in Finland. And I want to play it again for you to understand. That is what we call the value system. The value system.
Whether it's going to approve or not. We understood from the Secretary General of NATO that maybe now there will be separate tracks. Do you expect to join NATO separately, or are you committed to trying to join it together with Sweden?
When the war started 24th of February last year, and now we're heading towards very sad anniversary, 1 year anniversary of the war just next week. It was obvious that Finland will join NATO. It was obvious at the same day when Russia attacked Ukraine. The Finnish mindset, the most important thing for Finnish people is to make sure that we are independent.
The most important thing for Finnish people is that we are independent.
Secure.
We are secure.
We have a sovereign country.
We have a sovereign country where we can make our own decision.
Make our own decisions. This is the number one issue for Finnish people.
Do you understand that? And this particular Finnish people way of thinking have entered me. And I want to use it to save my own people.
And when Russia, our neighbor, attacked another neighbor, Ukraine, it was obvious that Finland will join NATO, because that's the line, that's the only line that Russia wouldn't cross. So
are you hearing that? I want to take this back again, because you need to know that we are not thinking the same.
Finland will join NATO. It was obvious at the same day when Russia attacked Ukraine. Means that the most important thing for Finnish people is to make sure that we are independent, we are secure, we have a sovereign country, we can make our own decisions. This is the number one issue for Finnish people. And when Russia, our neighbor, attacked another neighbor, Ukraine, it was obvious that Finland will join NATO, because that's the line, that's the only line that Russia wouldn't cross. So it's to do with our security, it's to do with peace. It's an act of peace for Finland to join NATO. We have sent very clear message. We want to join together with Sweden at the same time. It's not only because we are good neighbors and good partners. It's also to do with very concrete matters. The security planning of NATO in the whole north. It's in interest of us, but it's also in the interest of NATO that Finland and Sweden will join simultaneously. And we have sent very clear signal and very clear message to Turkey and also to Hungary, that hasn't ratified yet, that we want to enter NATO together, and this is in the interest of everyone.
So you see, this is what civilization is all about. As I am here now, lecturing you, creating this awareness to understand why Simon Ekpa is doing what he's doing, the caliphate, the representative of the caliphate called Garoba, Adamu Garoba, was on Russia TV, you know, because you know that it's like the TV is they are working together. There was a Russia TV demanding the arrest of Simon Ekpa, demanding arrest of Simon Ekpa for fighting for this right. You know, the Fulani man, the terrorist representative in Nigeria called Adamu Garoba, was on RT, Russia TV, demanding the arrest of Simon Ekpa, you know, from Russia TV. You know, I just see that he posted it on his Facebook page, you know, saying that he said that I was on Russia TV to discuss on the threat of election disruption in the southeast by terrorist Simon Ekpa. He is the one that is a terrorist. And I used the opportunity to further demand for the Ekpa arrest. This is somebody who is in Nigeria funding terrorism, funding the invasion of our land, and turn around and go to the Russian TV, you know, because they have access there. You know, they give them money, you know, freely. They have access to go to the Russian TV to broadcast, and they make their nonsense announcement. But here, we are discussing civilization. We're discussing freedom. We're discussing value system, which these people in Nigeria don't know. They don't know what is value. They don't know what is value system. and we are bringing it to our own nation. We want to live like them. We want to be better than these people. And we are not going back. While this was going on, this is what we get in Nigeria state due to
Nigeria on a daily basis witness the impunity which is so-called Fulani herdsmen extremists who shared ethnic and religious identity with President Buhari and the Fulani elite, which now dominates all key institutions in Nigeria.
To open an investigation specifically into the wide-scale and systematic killing of the civilian population, and most notably targeting the indigenous people of Biafra.
Clear that now we put the Biafran issue on the radar screen of the government, of the Biden administration, of Congress.
Ongoing and wide-scale systematic killing of the civilian population, and again specifically targeting the IPOB.
Of weapons being used against Biafrans, but affirmatively supporting an effort.
While this was going on, this is what the Ohaneze, the corrupt and criminal Ohaneze is doing. Sit-at-home order. Ohaneze increased bounty on Simon Ekpa from $50,000 to $100,000. This is what they are doing. When I am fighting for the freedom of my people, when I am fighting to protect the life and properties of my people, those who are hell-bent and their only interest is to make money and how to loot the money and enrich themselves, and they don't care about the atrocities that the Nigeria state is committing against our people. They don't care anything. They don't care about them. The only thing they care is to conduct election so that they can have appointment, so that they can become ministers, so that they can be intimidating the people with their military and convoy, so that they will begin to order military invasion of villages. This is what they do. And yet, they are walking freely in Biafra land. They understand the wickedness of the people. But you see, when the revolution comes, it is going to wipe away all these evil people in our land. And the revolution is coming. It is going to start. And you see that the revolution is already there. I want you all to listen and let us continue.
So no change then, even if some country wants to hold up?
No change. Of course, we cannot influence and affect how some country would ratify. It's their decision. But our message is that we are willing to join, and we prefer and want to join together.
You see, it is the same thing when you notice that you are under threat. You try to prevent it, okay? Our own is that we are already in the threat. We have found ourselves in the web of this threat, and we want to exit. And the only way to exit from this particular doom that is coming is by referendum or by forceful exit through declaration. And Biafra people are ready to do that. So I want you to understand that our fight is genuine and we are not going to back down. In addition to all the things I have said today, remember that European Union have said that Russia have violated all the laws, and I want to also draw similarity to the Nigeria state, how Nigeria state have violated their own laws and also their own promise made immediately after the Biafra Nigeria genocidal war. And I want you to listen to how this war and how this promise were violated against the Biafra people.
The tragic chapter of violence is just ended. We are at the dawn of national reconciliation. Once again, we have an opportunity to build a new nation.
But we have Colonel Obasanjo, who is the commander of 3 Marine Commando, who have been able to capture a number of senior secessionist officers, and he had brought them to Lagos to see us in order to let us have the acceptance of the spirit of one Nigeria.
And I would like, therefore, to take this opportunity to say that I, Major General Philip Effiong, officer administering the government of the Republic of Biafra, now wish to make the following declaration: that the Republic of Biafra hereby ceases to exist.
Your
Excellency.
Glad to see you again.
My pleasure.
How are you?
Very well indeed.
Glad to see you again.
Thank you.
Patrick Amadi.
How are you?
Excellency.
Glad to see you again.
Thank you very much.
Glad to see you again.
It's an experience.
Honestly.
Now, I want you to understand that he said that I have started the process of reconciliation. That never happened. Nigeria betrayed that particular, violated that particular promise.
The tragic chapter of violence is just ended. We are at the dawn of national reconciliation.
They are at the dawn of national reconciliation. National reconciliation never happened till today. They have killed us in millions. And we are now saying that we cannot continue to watch you kill us again, and we must not validate you again this year. Over 60 years, you said you are on the national reconciliation, yet you deploy military to our land to bomb us and kill us. And we are saying we will not validate you again. We are ready to fight once and for all, and we'll fight again and again. Because this time around, there is social media. And social media is making the huge difference. Because the social media, without the social media, Finland will not be talking what they are talking today. Without the social media, Europe will not be hearing what they are hearing today. In the 60s, when you were killing us, nobody knew what was going on. You made a blockade, connived with the British government to starve Biafra people to death. And millions of children were dying, and nobody knew what was going on. Today, we are here with social media, and we have exposed your impunity, your criminality to the world, and the world have come to know you. They know how you sponsor terrorism. They know how you blackmail us by coming out to kill people during our sit at home and blame it on us. And yet, it did not stop us from still ordering the sit at home that we have been ordering every day. So on this note, we are going to bring the broadcast to an end.
Charlie Papa, moi esia, Papa ho. Charlie Papa, moi esia, ahe. Charlie Papa, moi esia, Papa ho. Charlie Papa, moi esia, ahe. Ipayame mara medawasi ewada wachirami. Ipayame mara medawasi midopa. Tamuno tain tamuno bo obasi zizio temeho. say jana no do, I say you're at your phone. Damn it, oh, mega, oh. Kali papa moyesia, papa oh. Jolly papa moyesia, ahe. Jolly papa moyesia, papa oh. Jolly papa moyesia, ahe. Oba sisi yo,